Influencing popular culture, politics, and everything in between. The local station takes you ringside as we discuss the crazy world that is professional wrestling. This is Going Ringside with The Local Station.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today for a special live edition of Going Ringside. I am your host, Scott Johnson, and we are here today for a very special occasion. Not special in a good way. It is a tragic situation down in Volusia County in the Daytona area. The trial, or the sentencing rather, of Tammy Sytch. Tammy Lynn Sytch, if you're a wrestling fan, a longtime wrestling fan, you likely knew her better as the wrestler Sunny in the mid-1990s in the World Wrestling Federation in WWF. We soon will have our feed from court down in Volusia County, Florida, with her sentencing in court. We will be monitoring it throughout the day, and you can watch it live here on Going Ringside at both our YouTube channel, our homepage at newsforjax.com, and News4Jax Plus is where we are broadcasting this live from right now as we monitor Tammy Sytch in court in Volusia County in Daytona Beach in Central Florida. If you're not from the area or not in the area, this is about an hour or so, 90 minutes east of Orlando, out on the coast, where Tammy Sytch in May of 2022 was arrested for DUI manslaughter, for crashing her car into a vehicle that was parked by a 75-year-old man in the city of Ormond Beach named Julian Fran Lassiter, and she took his life. Tammy Sytch's story has been one of tragedy, and we are now seeing on the screen for the first time, we do have our stream up and running from court. This is a live feed from court. I'm trying to see if that is her behind the attorney. I believe it is. Yes, that is Tammy Lynn Sytch. They have all risen for the judge down in Daytona Beach as we monitor what is going on. Guys, let's put the audio up in the court feed for now, and we'll listen in and see if how the audio is running.
State versus Tamara Sytch, 22-302-084. I just want to put a few things on the record before we get started. Defendant previously entered an open plea. I think the only agreement was the time served on the misdemeanors. So essentially this court has an open plea on the second-degree felony and the third-degree felony.
And guys, post me in real time. Are we hearing anything on the court signal at this point?
Preparation for today. Of course, the state did file a memorandum of sentencing citing the Gabriel case. Defense filed
so we do not have audio, I'm told. So to my director, please keep me posted on when the audio situation is addressed and fixed with this courtroom feed in real time, and we will update you. But I want to keep watching what is going on here. So that is Tammy Sytch, it looks like, to the left of the screen with her representation in court there. The judges just walked in and they are starting the proceedings of her sentencing. We are working to get the audio feed routed so we can hear inside the courtroom, and it sounds like we are hearing it. Let's go to it.
I did want to indicate to you so that it's clear, the agreement was for credit time served on the misdemeanors, and that the misdemeanors would be run concurrent to the felony offense.
But they're going to do time served anyway.
Yes, just so that she receives credit on her own.
Okay. All right. Generally speaking, the state goes first with as the party on the burden of proof. Sometimes on sentencing, based on different situations, I take it in different order. I understand the defense has filed some experts as witnesses. I think the state, is it the state's FDLE witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the state has an FDLE witness. So I don't know, have you all talked about how you would like to deal with the timing?
We have, Judge, we've agreed that defense is going to go ahead and go first as far as evidence purposes based on their doctors. Our FTLE analyst will be appearing via Zoom, and he's under no time constraint.
Okay. All right, so defense is represented by Jessica Roberts and Larry Avalone. State's represented by Ashley Twilliger and Helen Schwartz. And with that understanding, are you all waiving any sort of opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Judge.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Roberts.
Your Honor, we did have one brief matter if we can approach.
Okay, our microphone is back, and you were looking live at Tammy Sytch in the courtroom right now in Volusia County as the sentencing is just getting underway. And of course, we're continuing our live coverage here of Tammy Sytch for her DUI manslaughter sentencing. That is the Tammy Sytch that, if you knew, many people grew up on. I don't know if Caleb, our director, could do a side-by-side showing both that courtroom feed and some of the video, the images that we have of Tammy Sytch throughout the years, so our viewers can get an idea of Tammy Sytch kind of then in the 1990s versus now. We are waiting to see what happens. She has been pleaded no contest to hitting and killing a 75-year-old man in May of 2022. This is the latest in her sad saga. Multiple DUIs, multiple jail sentences for DUIs, for drug use, watching her life really become part of a downward spiral. And Tammy Sytch is now going to learn how much time she will spend in prison. She could spend as much as 26 years in prison for the time she has, for what she did to this man, 75-year-old Julian Lassiter, in May of 2022. It has been a sad thing to see. Tammy Sytch was at the peak of her celebrity in the mid-1990s. We do have an interview while we're waiting with a criminal defense attorney named Gene Nichols that I conducted. Maybe we can go to that now while we wait for court to get underway. If our director could put that on the screen, our interview with criminal defense attorney Gene Nichols talking about what we can expect in court today. Well, we're joined now by Gene Nichols, the criminal defense attorney here in Jacksonville, Florida, where I'm based out of. And Gene's dealt with a lot of DUI cases before. That's one of the things he's dealt with a lot of. Gene, thanks for joining us today.
I'm happy to be here, Scott.
Gene, talk to me about this case. So this is a sentencing. Tammy Sytch has pleaded essentially no contest, and she didn't go through a trial. Talk to me about that and why she would have done that, kind of what that implies in this case.
Scott, in so many of these situations, especially where you have a victim, you have a victim's family, you have so many people who are involved, you have to work with your clients in order to try and make the best decision. And sometimes, and a lot of times, going to a jury trial, having a jury decide your fate, can be incredibly detrimental to your case, especially from a sentencing standpoint. No judge is going to tax somebody for going to trial. You have a constitutional right to go to trial, but there are times when, if you're going to seek to try and get a lesser sentence, you don't want to go all the way to a trial, especially if you believe that, factually speaking, you're going to get convicted. If the state has the evidence against you, then you need to make the decision to say, okay, I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to put the victim's family through a trial. And in a death case, in a manslaughter case, such as this one, not putting the victim's family through the trial can be an argument that will be made in order to try and lessen the sentence. So from what I've seen from this evidence, the evidence was incredibly stacked up against her. So not forcing the state nor the family to have to go through a trial was a good decision on her part.
So talk to me about what we can expect today in this sentencing. What happens? Is this a pretty quick thing, or can they drag out?
So a lot of it's going to depend upon what the defense has to present. What we know is prior to today, the defense has listed 2 expert witnesses, both of them forensic psychologists, one of them who's local in the state of Florida and has testified in the courtroom where she is on multiple occasions. They've also listed another forensic psychologist out of Texas. I anticipate one, if not both, to testify. And what we can expect from any of that expert testimony is to talk a lot about not only her mental health. She has had multiple diagnoses over the years and is currently treating right now, I understand, for depression. There's going to be discussions as well about sobriety and the alcohol use abuse, drug alcohol use abuse that she has had her entire life.
Well, let me talk about that. So in the last 10 years, she's been convicted multiple times in other states, mostly in the Northeast, I think. Other DUIs, she's had stays, she's been incarcerated, I think, on more than one occasion. Is that going to come into play here in the sentencing?
On both sides. So the defense is going to try and argue to show, listen, she's had an incredibly rough road her entire life. The combination of drug and alcohol addiction, dependence, involving mental health, you'll see it from that perspective. And then you'll also see the defense argue, look, she has been incarcerated now for an extended period of time. She's sober, she's clean, she is treating as best as she possibly can. So let's mitigate. On the state side, just what you said, the state is going to harp on the fact that she has never gotten better. She has had opportunities. She's been punished by multiple judges in multiple states over the years for alcohol and drug related offenses. And we still got to this point today. So yes, her past is going to come up. Defense arguing that it's because of mental health and it's because of addictions that she's been unable to control. State arguing tough, she's had her opportunities, she has done this so many times, she needs to be punished, not because of what's happened in the past, but don't accept what the defense has to say because we've been down this road before with this person.
Did you see any other people testifying, or can we only just expect the forensic or the mental health counselors?
They're the only ones I would expect to testify. The defendant should testify. She should get up on the stand. She should talk about who she is. She should try to personalize herself to a certain extent to the judge, and she's also going to want to show remorse. If she does not get up on the stand and show a tremendous amount of remorse and real remorse, and judges see it and hear it all of the time, while a layperson may not get that opportunity to see it, judges see it, and the judge in this case is going to be well aware of.
With Gene, I want to go live to the courtroom right now and see what's going on inside. I'm joined here by my colleague Bruce Hamilton. Let's listen into what's going on in court.
University of New Mexico School of Medicine, Albuquerque, VA.
And you completed fellowship training?
I did in neuropsychology.
To my director, you can take a full screen of court.
Law school training in forensic psychology, psychiatry, and the law.
I did. So I participated in the Case Western Reserve School of Medicine, their forensic psychiatry fellowship program and training.
Do you hold any licenses?
I do. So I'm licensed as a psychologist in about 8 states. I'd say Florida, Texas, Ohio, New York, Illinois, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Louisiana.
And are you board certified?
I am.
In what areas are you board certified?
Board certified in clinical psychology and forensic psychology.
What does board certification mean?
It just means that I trained essentially as high as I could in those particular fields. So I have to pass different written and oral exams and submit practice samples in which you're essentially grilled by other board certified experts in that particular field. And they basically cover your area, your supplements of your reports, clinical forensic practice, the law, as well as ethical issues within the field.
Are all psychologists board certified?
No.
And are you currently a faculty member anywhere?
Yeah, so I teach at lecture, basically psychiatry residence in 3 different programs. So one is University of Texas Medical School in Houston. The other one is at Walter Reed. We have a forensic psychiatry psychology fellowship, as does Stanford University. So The latter two are in forensic psychiatry and psychology.
And are you on any editorial boards or journal reviews?
I am, yes.
And have you published in your field?
I have,
Have you published book chapters?
yes.
And how about peer-reviewed journals?
I have,
And what about bar journals?
yes.
And can you list just generally a few of the areas that you've published in?
Well, particular publications, book chapter 2023, Forensic Neuropsychological and Neurological Evaluation of Violence, Scientific and Legal Perspectives, and that's in the Litigator's Handbook of Forensic Medicine, Psychiatry, Psychology. Another one is this year, Criminal Responsibility and Legal Insanity, and that's in a book entitled Forensic Psychology, Criminal Justice Law, Interventions.
And can you briefly summarize your training and work experience?
Sure. So I started off in Chicago. I was at Cook County Jail, and I worked with inmate populations there in the psychiatry division. So there's about 1,000 inmates of 11,000 that were in the mental health unit. And I evaluated and started learning mental illness there, learning how to administer and interpret psychological testing. Then I spent a year at the Federal Bureau of Prisons in Chicago. Did assessments, mostly therapy and treatment. And then I moved back to my home state of Ohio. And I was an intern resident there, forensic psychology resident, and I was at Medical College of Ohio. And in that state, they had a dozen, I'd say, court psychiatric clinics, either in cities or regions. And I was a director, well, first of all, I trained in one of them in Northwest Ohio. So we were examining pre-trial, pre-sentence evaluations. And then I eventually was a director of a court psychiatric clinic. So in that state, I worked at 4 of them. There are 3 adult and 1 juvenile. And I was conducting, pre-trial, pre-sentence evaluations, risk assessments, dispositional evaluations. I started doing a lot of death penalty mitigation type work. And then I moved to Minnesota. And I worked at their version of Florida State Hospital, it's actually Minnesota Security Hospital. And that was a maximum security forensic hospital for the state. And so the whole state of offenders, it was the last stop in that state. And I also trained at the Federal Bureau of Prisons at a nearby correctional institution there in Minnesota. And then that's where my career changed a bit more into the field of neuropsychology, which we're dealing more with, neurological disorders, brain injuries, epilepsy, seizure, stroke, in addition to mental illness. So I worked and trained at Applewood Psychiatric Centers, and that was in a urban area in Ohio where we're dealing with a lot of what we call neurodevelopmental disorders and complex trauma, a lot of heavy-duty learning disabilities, special education, intellectual disability, and then also at the Neurology and Neuroscience Associates, and that was dealing more with medical patients that had neurological disorders, TBI, stroke, dementia, which then gave me the opportunity to go into a fellowship in New Mexico, where I was at the university and then the VA, and I was at the VA polytrauma unit. So we're dealing with vets who had physical, mental, different types of traumas, and often had more than one.
You mentioned TBI, is that a traumatic brain injury?
That is.
And do you currently have your own private practice?
I do. I'd say most of what I do is court-appointed work. Much of it in Central Texas, I would say between Austin, San Antonio, and Houston.
And what areas do you currently specialize in?
Most of what I do is pre-trial evaluations for criminal courts, pre-sentence, and risk assessments for violence and sexual violence risk. And then I also do a fair amount of civil work, and that would be personal injury for traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder, And then I do a fair amount of family type litigation. And then as far as the fitness for duty and risk assessment, I'm part of a business called Work Trauma Services, and we evaluate employees that may be at risk of harm to self or others, even in corporations like Google, Apple. And then also evaluate pilots and air traffic control folks with the FAA. They're either neuropsychological or psychological evaluations. Make sure they're fit to fly.
And do you solely evaluate defendants for the defense?
No.
And do you receive prosecution referrals through the courts?
Yeah, all the time.
And did you actually testify for the prosecution in a case earlier this month?
Yes, I did.
And have you given presentations for various organizations?
I have.
And is that for both defense and prosecution organizations?
Yes, right. Whoever, the bar association.
And about how many criminal cases have you been involved in?
I'd say 5,000 plus.
And about how many serious cases involving a death?
800 plus.
And approximately how many times have you testified in court?
600.
And in how many different states?
20.
And have you testified in the state of Florida before?
Yeah.
And have you testified in Volusia County before?
I have.
And have you also testified in federal cases?
Numerous times.
What was your hourly rate in this case?
350.
And approximately how many hours would you say you worked in this case?
I would say 25.
And Your Honor, at this time, we would offer Dr. Tammy as a witness competent to offer opinions in the area of psychology, both forensic and clinical, neuropsychology, and neurocognitive function.
In reviewing the witness reciprocal discovery, was there an agreement on that, on opinion testimony?
Judge, I don't think we're specifically agreed, but for purposes of this hearing, the state has no objection to Dr. Fabian offering his opinion.
So Dr. Fabian, what were you asked to do with regard to Tammy Sunny?
Well, to conduct a psychological evaluation, trying to determine mental health conditions, psychiatric diagnoses, conduct psychological testing, and also look at neuropsychological assessment, functioning, looking at neurocognitive strengths, weaknesses. That issue, because of history of seizures, concussions, and also really to look at potential mitigating circumstances that may be relevant with these issues.
And approximately when were you retained by defense?
It would have been in the spring of 2023.
And do you rely on records and reports of others concerning a patient's past history in order to formulate your opinions?
I do, yeah.
And did you review a collection of records to assist in your evaluation of Tammy?
Yes.
And what records did you review that were relevant to your analysis and opinions?
Sure. So I had reviewed certainly the police reports in this case, prior police reports. I reviewed the Volusia County jail records. There were Garnett medical records for her.
Sorry, when you say prior police reports, you're talking about in regard to this case or previous?
Both.
Can you specify what?
Sure. I have County of Carbon, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Northampton County in Pennsylvania, Ormond Beach Police Department, and there were 2 different records there. I don't know if you need the case numbers.
That's the attorney's name.
And then, about 3 of those different cases through that police department.
All right, good.
And how did the records that you reviewed help inform your opinion, starting with the Garnett records?
I'm going to ask everybody on Zoom, please make sure that you're muted.
Which record?
The Garnett records?
Sure. So in 2014, Tammy had gone to the hospital for a seizure type episode. She had been prescribed Keppra anti-seizure medication, and she was seen and discharged that same day. The complaint was seizure. And in that record, there was a description of her psychiatric treatment with Xanax, typically for anxiety and selective for depression. And there was evidence of depression. And then she had some different medical conditions, thyroid condition and cervical cancer condition.
And regarding the Volusia County Jail records, what was notable about that record?
So notable about that was she had been treated with buspirone for anxiety, Prozac for anxiety, depression, had pain relievers, and was diagnosed with back pain, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, hypertension, uncomplicated diabetes 2. She had a history of pancreatitis from the alcoholism, and history of seizures, convulsions, and then alcohol dependence.
And did she report having any nightmares regarding prior abuse?
Yes, she did report nightmares of being choked, punched, physically assaulted by her most recent partner.
And those nightmares, is that something that would be of interest to you in a PTSD diagnosis?
Yes, that would be more of the intrusive symptom prong nightmares we call flashbacks or intrusive memories. Yeah.
And did you meet with Tammy?
I did.
Did you meet with her in person?
I did. So I met with her twice, May 30th, May 31st of this year, 2023. And then I met with her again recently on Zoom or televideo, October 21st, 2020.
And so I'd like to talk to you about Tammy's upbringing and her young life. What did you learn from Tammy regarding her upbringing based on her personal interview?
Sure. So I learned this from her sister as well. I talked to Lori Cotton. But I learned that she had two sisters and a brother that were about 18 years older, so she was almost like an only child. Her mother struggled with alcoholism before her birth, and then her father struggled with it until about age 10. So there's some chronic alcohol use history with parents. Certainly it's relevant in this case. And then there was also just a lot of quarreling, more verbal, emotional, abusive issues between parents. But as far as Tammy's development, I didn't see any other types of traumatic events, neurodevelopmental conditions or delays. I mean, she had some speech therapy as a young child, but then was able to work through that. And then, she's a gifted student, no history of conduct disorder or oppositional disorder, anger, emotional, behavioral problems as a youth. So she was a pretty good student as well.
And did you speak with any collateral sources regarding Tammy?
I did.
And why is it important for you to speak with collateral sources?
I try to do that in many cases, just to get a take on their perceptions of the person I'm evaluating, in addition to just evaluating that person, and to look at consistencies or other factors that maybe I didn't know about.
And what did you learn from the collateral sources regarding a family history of alcoholism?
So I learned again from the sister Lori, who had a different picture because she is much older. That again, their parents at one point or another both struggled with alcohol use and dependency issues, and then I learned, from. I also talked to her good friend Missy. Was it Missy Leslie, I believe, who she knew through the industry, and there's a common theme in addition to what Tammy told me. Just a lot of dysfunctional relationships with men, abusive relationships, use of alcohol to cope with all of this kind of chaos and dysfunction. There was emotional, physical abuse in a number of the relationships where she was a victim to. And then what I kind of term is in this field of learned helplessness, just continuing to hope things would change. If there's abuse and then there's makeups, then things are going great, and then there's infidelity or there's abuse, and then she would chronically hit the bottom, and then use that as a coping mechanism to deal with all this pain, rejection, abandonment. So these were themes I continue to hear, with Tammy. She's very open and honest about that, but also the two individuals that knew her.
And did she also have a sibling with substance abuse?
Yes, her brother also struggled with alcohol use disorder issues.
And speaking to the collateral sources, did you glean any information about her father passing away?
Yes, so I would highlight for the court, there were some heavy hits as far as grief and loss. So there was her father that passed away, I think when she was about 20. Lori's daughter, which would be Tammy's niece, also died in a car accident. And her first serious relationship actually went on and off, mostly on for about 16 years. Wrestler Chris Candido also passed away. Blood clot ankle during, after surgery, he flew. And so these are some losses that she really struggled ever getting over.
And did any family members have any belief that Tammy might have some level of mental illness or bipolar disorder?
Yes, Lori did. Lori described Tammy's moods as being extreme, either on top of the world or down in the dumps, deeper than you can imagine. And so there are a lot of extremes of mood, which we would consider potentially as a hypomanic or a manic episode in a bipolar disorder, but also areas of involvement in activities, either risk activities, impulsive activities, where there's a high risk for painful consequences, or there's euphoria, just either she's really on top of the world, tons of energy, tons of activities, or she was a basket case, depressed, couldn't move.
And what did you learn from Tammy about how she can be involved in the wrestling industry?
So she was a good student by report, and informed me that she had received an academic scholarship at the University of Miami in Coral Gables. And she had developed a relationship with Chris Candido, and they wanted to be together. So she didn't follow through and pursue the Miami education, and they got involved with wrestling. I know that she attended, if I recall, a community college in Connecticut, and then I think it was Monmouth State in that area, Northeast. And then eventually they moved to, I think, Knoxville, and she enrolled at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Stayed in classes, and then got involved with the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Organization. Was working there, and she went through a number of different wrestling organizations. At some point, early on, I think around age 21, she was involved with that organization, WWF. Working 3 days, WWF, 4 days at the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Organization. Eventually worked Extreme Wrestling, I think WWE. So there was a lot of movement in those organizations. And typically she was working a lot of broadcasting. There was different management. So initially she was not wrestling. Then one organization, she got thrown in the ring with no wrestling training. And things were very dysfunctional in that lifestyle on the road. So a lot of drugs, pills, pain meds, and alcohol, from what I understand.
And what had Tammy been going to school for?
But she wanted to study pre-med and was looking in biology and wanted to go to med school.
And when she left school to go into the wrestling industry, was that to be with Chris?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that she wasn't trained to be a wrestler. Was she suffering some injuries as a result of wrestling and not being trained?
Yes. At some point, I think she had lumbar 3, 4, 5 injuries. She had torn, I think, her right quad, her ACL, or she had right knee issues, and then she had some concussions. I believe she worked about a half dozen in the industry, and typically, I don't think she ever had medical insurance, and so you're on the road and you just don't get treatment. And in my opinion, at home, she drank alcohol. She had prescriptions for Xanax as well. Excuse me.
And did Tammy have struggles with interpersonal relationships?
That she did, yes.
And so starting with her relationship with Chris and Nina, what sort of struggles does she have in that relationship?
She struggled with, I think they dated a long time, and they were together, they lived together at least 6, 7 years. We're together, I think, 16 years. So, she, they were off and on. She realized that he was probably the one she reported that really genuinely was consistent, loved her. And she made mistakes in that relationship. It's my understanding she had an extra relationship with another wrestler. And so I think much of the issues in these relationships had to do with just the extremes, the love and the discord, the back and forth.
And her basically throwing away her college career to be with him, is that something that can be symptomatic of mental illness?
Yes, and so she does qualify for borderline personality disorder, okay? And that's going to be a lot of extremes and a volatility in mood and relationships. So there's going to be a real profound sensitivity to rejection, abandonment. Individuals with that disorder, typically, they're more prevalent in females, and they feel really hard about a lot of things, especially interpersonal, especially intimate relationships. So they're so deep feeling, everything is bated breath, everything is the end of the world, okay? And it's exhausting, okay? And it's a lot of it's love, he hates me, and then you're trying to earn back love, even when that person may be abusive. And so again, there's volatility in mood states and extreme highs and lows with self-image, very unstable self-image, and just impulsive as well.
And borderline personality disorder, that's something that's diagnostic. It's in the DSM, which is basically the Bible for diagnosing these conditions.
Yes, it is a psychiatric disorder. And I would say for the court that is of the 10, let's say, personality disorders, that one rings more like a mental illness than any other one, I would say. One of the top two that really is like a mental psychiatric illness.
Is that a mental disorder for which treatment is available?
Yes, absolutely.
And so moving on to her other interpersonal relationships, did she also have some struggles in her relationship with a man named John that she had dated?
Yes, so my understanding that he was a police officer, and I would know for the court, she had difficulty being alone. Okay, so she needed someone to fulfill her esteem, and very inadequate, low self-esteem. I mean, one thing's on camera, the other, the real world is just really not feeling good about herself. And so, and she would, I think she was single for about 7 months, met John, police officer, and this is her report, but that there was death threats to kill her mother, her family. There was physical abuse, and there was a lot of drama, chaos, and dysfunction. And she struggles with getting out of these relationships when certainly they're not healthy. Or she'll get out of them and then get drawn back in. And so that was a major problem. I think there was at least one police report where the police came, they knew John in that area, and she informed me that she had lied and said, "Oh, I fell down the stairs," because he didn't want to be arrested for domestic. That's my understanding. So there was a lot of that type of chaos, and then she almost apologized for being abused.
And did she relapse once she was being physically abused?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a pattern. So even during episodes of sobriety, then when there was chaos and abuse, or she felt abandonment, she would drink again. And self-soothe, certainly self-medicate with alcohol.
And so were there also struggles in her interpersonal relationship with Damian Darling?
Yes, so he was in the wrestling business as well, as much younger than her. And then another theme here was that she would find out some of these guys were unfaithful, cheating on her, but then she would want to somehow win them back and would not leave. And that was another typical relationship. Again, we learn helplessness, self-punishment.
And did she also struggle with interpersonal relationships with a partner named Lou?
Yes. So she had.
Hello there. I want to cut back in just to kind of go over what is happening right now. I'm your host, Scott Johnson. You are watching a special edition of the Going Ringside podcast, where we are broadcasting and bringing you live from court of the sentencing of Tammy Sytch. You knew her better in the wrestling world if you followed WWF as Sunny. She is being sentenced for DUI manslaughter for killing a 75-year-old man in Ormond Beach in May of last year. Right now, you're listening to one of, I believe, the defense witnesses. This is a mental health expert. We knew there were going to be a couple talking about her. He has talked about a lot of things with issues with relationships, with losing her real, true, long-time love at a young age. Chris Candido, who she tag teamed with in the World Wrestling Federation when he died young about 15 years ago, and that hurt her. It talked about different affairs she had with wrestlers dealing with bipolar disorder. They hinted at an affair she had with another wrestler while she was dating Candido. She has written at length about having an affair with one of the most famous wrestlers of all time, Shawn Michaels, in the mid-1990s. They did not say on the stand if that's directly who this guy was making the testimony about. But I want to go back to him, but just want to keep you updated. This is Going Ringside you are watching right now. Live coverage of the sentencing hearing of Tammy Sytch, who was better known as Sunny across the globe in the mid-1990s, on trial, being sentenced right now to as much as 26 years in prison for DUI manslaughter down in Daytona Beach, Florida. Let's get back to the court.
Difficulties with unstable self-image. That's not a good blend with fear of abandonment, rejection. And so when you're struggling to get back into that relationship, there's typically conflict. And there's going to be problems with anger, with temperament, and there's going to be self-destructive behaviors. Now, she had stated she was never, cut her, never self-mutilated, it was never suicidal, which you often see with serious cases. But she was destructive in other areas. And this would blend into the unstable self-image. At some point, she was using, I think, supplements, steroids in the business like everybody else. The impulsivity with substance use, self-image, you have to work hard, you're going to lose your job. So a lot of that was part of the business, and then it blended with her personality. And by borderline personality disorder overlaps quite a bit with bipolar disorder. So there's going to be issues with mood and impulsivity in those two disorders.
What other symptoms of borderline personality disorder does Tammy show outside of her relationships?
Yeah, I would say again, there was just some impulsivity within different areas of her life, and some of it was self-image based, it could be substance abuse based, and she never felt like she was good enough for really anyone.
And what did you learn about the relationship that Tammy was in at the time of the offense in this case?
So her partner at the time, I think, reached out to her through fan mail, and they, at some point got together. It took a while. They were just writing each other. I don't think they saw photos of each other for quite some time, but at some point they got together, and then it was quite dysfunctional, and a lot of chaos. Now, this is her self-report to me that there was a lot of emotional abuse and controlling by the partner towards her, and just again rejection, even like threats. If she tried to call the cops, he was trying to even false imprisonment, so to speak, where he wouldn't let her leave. Checking phones, can't go to AA, just constant control. And she was in a number of those types of abusive relationships.
And did that relationship follow the pattern of her other relationships?
Yes.
And what traits did Tammy show that were symptomatic of bipolar disorder?
So those traits at times would be, the irritability, euphoria, problems with sleep, meaning not sleeping, racing thoughts, increasing goal-directed activities, or activities that may be harmful, higher moods. She's working 80 some hours a week, selling gym memberships, a lot of fast pace, a lot of activity level. But then there are times, I think she lived with her sister, where she didn't leave the house for weeks and just was almost decrepit with depression. So there was some, I would say, hypomanic episodes and major depressive episodes.
So what does hypomanic mean?
It means that you have symptoms of the highs and the irritability and the accelerated mood behaviors that would not be as serious as a manic episode. Probably of intensity and length. Several days instead of a week or weeks.
And is it hard to distinguish bipolar disorder from borderline personality disorder?
Yeah, it is, again, because there's different issues with impulsivity, agitation, irritability, mood issues, but also, and one can be diagnosed with both of them.
And did Tammy ever receive mental health help?
She did, but it was basically with psychiatric medications, and that would have been depression, anxiety meds like Prozac, use of Armin Paxil. I think she was treated with lithium, which is actually used for both conditions, often bipolar and borderline personality, mood stabilizer. And then, but one of the critical pieces in this case is that she, unquestionably needed long-term, individual therapy. I mean, that's how you treat these disorders with medication.
As a neuropsychologist, are you typically interested in whether an individual has a history of brain damage?
Yes, yes.
And what made you particularly concerned about potential brain damage in Tammy's case?
Sure. So, not every case I do requires a neuropsychological evaluation. This one did. She had some concussions. She had reported being choked out before to the point of losing consciousness, at least once. And then there was a seizure disorder in the records. She reported about 10 of those in her life. And she was actually prescribed, like I said, Keppra for seizures. And, the wrestling, the history of abusive relationships, the actual blows to the head. And that warranted, in my opinion, neuropsychological assessment.
And what did you learn about Tammy's history of injuries, including head injuries?
Sure. So it's my understanding that she had never fully lost consciousness, but she had, certainly blows to the head where she was dazed. She, again, did not really have medical insurance once her adulthood. The choke outs could be related to some potential loss of oxygen, to the brain for a brief period of time. She, I don't believe, had treatment for concussions, but she did, at least at the Garnett Hospital, for the seizures. I don't even believe she had gone to the hospital for any domestic battery situation.
Is it typical for individuals who have head injuries not to go to the hospital?
Yes, I would say clinically, forensically, most head injuries are concussions or they're mild and they're self-reported and they're not necessarily treated formally.
And is it also typical for individuals who have experienced domestic violence not to want to report it and go to the hospital?
Yes, and that gets back to that word of helplessness, certainly.
The information regarding the prior head injuries, is that what led you to conduct neuropsychological testing in this case?
Yes, that and the seizures.
And what is neuropsychological testing?
We're just looking at one's cognitive functioning. So that could be in different areas, typically intelligence, language, memory, attention, perceptual reasoning, executive functioning, emotional perception. That's separate from the psychological assessment for psychiatric disorders.
So I'd like to review the results of your neuropsychological testing. Can you explain to the court what the test of pre-morbid functioning is?
Sure. So that's basically just a reading test, and it gives an estimate of intelligence, and basically it provides maybe an estimate pre-morbid, some type of injury, accident, neurological condition. So she had scored above average, 119. It predicted a 112 IQ. She had a 113 IQ, above average range. So she is above average of intelligence. And turning to IQ, she had the 4 domains: verbal comprehension, 103 average, perceptual reasoning, 119, above average. And then both working memory and processing speed domains were 111, above average. And so she had a pretty sturdy IQ.
And can you explain to the court how Tammy's attention functioning was assessed and what was notable about those?
Sure. And I'll try to, for brevity purposes, bore the court here, but I have, again, we have a 111 for processing speed, working memory to start off with. And then we had some different testing, typically in the average range. Processing speed, we call number letter cancellation testing, above average performance. Processing for trail making testing. Later on the We did the CNS vital signs, and that was processing of information and motor speed that was above average to average. So her attention functioning was intact. Okay, for the most part, average to above average performance. Auditory processing was average, and then I turned to memory.
And what was notable about her results with regard to memory functioning?
Sure. So, initially learning word list information that was not structured was impaired, around the 5th percentile. But then she was able, delayed recall was above average, although on story, verbal, auditory information that's more structured, she was in the average range for immediate delayed recall. And then her visual learning and memory was good, so above average ranges. And then as far as language, as noted, the verbal comprehension was in the average range on the IQ test, and her expressive language skills were in the average range. There's no deficits with language.
When you mentioned the 5th percentile, the immediate recall being in the 5th percentile, what does that mean?
Well, she struggled with learning unstructured verbal information. Okay, but she was able to somehow retrieve it adequately and had intact delayed recall of that information.
And what does being in the 5th percentile versus being in the 95th percentile mean?
Well, it means it was impaired, so 95 out of 100 people are going to score better.
And what was notable with regard to her visuospatial or perceptual reasoning functioning?
It was intact.
And we are continuing to monitor the sentencing of Tammy Sytch in Volusia County. Right now, this is something that is going on. Tammy Sytch, if you are not familiar, I'm Scott Johnson, host of the Going Ringside podcast, as we continue our live coverage of Tammy Sytch in the courtroom in Volusia County. We'll put the courtroom back up on the screen as soon as we're able. We have been listening for the last considerable amount of time to a mental health expert testifying about Tammy Sytch's time in wrestling and things she has struggled with over the years, with depression, with alcohol abuse, with things of that nature. I'm talking to my director about what if we lost our signal temporarily to the courtroom. So we want to get back to that as soon as we can, as we are waiting to hear more from this mental health expert about Tammy Sytch's issues with substance abuse over the years and struggling. And we are going to go back right now to court. Let's go back to Tammy Sytch's hearing, her sentencing in Volusia County. Let's go to it.
She was severely impaired, less than 1st percentile. Now, there are concerns as to that performance. And then on a card sorting task, which assesses more of, I would say, kind of problem solving and abstract reasoning, shifting mental set, that was deficient. That was below average. Her errors were in the 9th percentile. And there was some evidence of perseveration, meaning she continued to answer wrong when given feedback. Okay, so these test results here were more concerning for me, especially with kind of more evidence of potential concussive experiences. And so those were concerns. And then she had, she did well above average on a number letter trail making test, assessing mental flexibility. Verbal fluency skills were excellent. And then she did report deficits in everyday executive functioning, really about her abilities to kind of appreciate how her behaviors may affect other people, and so more evidence of behavioral kind of dysregulation. So those were more of how she perceived herself in everyday functioning.
And is her report consistent with those impairments that you see in the executive functioning test?
I would say in part, yes.
And was, you had indicated earlier, individuals usually experience head injuries, and you indicated here, so are you saying like forehead, front of the
Yeah, so your frontal lobe, you pull back your forehead and your skull, that's your frontal lobe. And it's really the last area of your brain to develop, but it may be the most important part. And really it has a lot to do with reasoning, decision-making, problem solving. Now she did, she was a bit variable. These tests measure different areas of brain functioning. So the neuropsychological testing is sensitive to brain dysfunction, but I don't have like a brain scan while I'm doing it. Now these results would warrant me to say, hey, do we, there's enough here to say, brain imaging would be relevant.
And was there anything notable about Tammy's motor functioning, effort, or emotional perception?
No, she did well on motor functioning, mostly hands, fingers. Her effort was good, so I can't say she was not pleased with effort or lingering cognitive deficits, and her emotional perception was intact.
So you did not have any concerns regarding malingering in any of the testing that you conducted?
No.
And so we talked about the neurological assessment testing results that assess brain function. Did you also conduct psychological testing in this case?
I did.
And why is that important?
Well, because I'm a psychologist. I study human behavior, and these tests are relevant to psychiatric diagnoses and functioning.
Did you administer the personality assessment inventory?
I did.
And what does that test for?
Yeah, so it measures just assessment of mental illness as well as personality.
And what was notable about Tammy's results?
That it is scored and endorsed, a profile, so to speak, that was consistent with my evaluation. So there's evidence of PTSD, there's evidence of borderline personality disorder, there's evidence of substance use disorder, alcohol, there's evidence of anxiety, depression, and a somatic symptom disorder, somatization. So a lot of preoccupation with health, medical problems, pain, which we know. She has a number of them with chronic pain. And treatment for the same by history. There was also evidence of paranoia, and even potential delusional thinking, which I did not see in my evaluations. I don't sense that she's psychotic.
And did she also endorse substance use problems related to alcohol?
Yes, she did.
And did you conduct any additional testing with regard to PTSD?
Yes, a trauma symptom inventory, second edition. There was elevations on different domains of PTSD. So anxious arousal. There was evidence of intrusive experiences, defensive avoidance experiences, dissociative, kind of out of mind body experiences. Again, preoccupation with somatic physical bodily complaints. And overall, our PTSD scale was elevated.
Would those results be consistent with an individual who has PTSD?
Yes.
And did you also conduct the clinical assessment of depression to assess symptoms of depression and anxiety?
Yes, I did. Her total scale measures depression and anxiety. Total scale is in the mild range, risk range. She reported, I think, mild evidence of depression and anxiety. And that was somewhat similar to the depression, anxiety, and stress scale. So, although she reported not as much depression, or anxiety, but she had stress in the mild range, little inconsistency there. And then I administered the neurobehavioral symptom inventory, and there's a lot of physical issues there. She reported feeling sad, depressed, irritable, easily annoyed, anxious, a lot of aches, pains, forgetfulness, fatigue, difficulties falling asleep. And the pain catastrophizing scale did not indicate what I would say would be psychosomatic pain catastrophizing, symptom report.
What is psychosomatic?
Well, it means that you may report a lot of pain when you don't have a medical condition to support it. So there's severe stress, emotional issues may come out through pain. And I think she has pain, and she did not exaggerate it.
And did you review any other testing?
I did, yes.
And what other testing did you review?
So Dr. Danziger, psychiatrist, had seen Tammy after I saw her. There was evidence. He administered a briefer neurocognitive battery called the MoCA. And that was in the average range, less sensitive to the testing I do to brain dysfunction. The audit, AUDIT, was an alcohol use scale that was quite high, like I would say severe extreme range. And then I think there's a mood disorder scale that may have been consistent with hypomanic manic mood state.
And can you explain to the court just how the MoCA differs from the battery of neuropsychological testing that you administered?
Yeah, the MoCA is a screener. Takes a brief time that will assess some different neurocognitive domains like we talked about, but it's not as in-depth or sensitive to brain functioning and dysfunction.
And is the MoCA something that anyone can find and use?
Yeah, I mean something like that. I've used it a couple times with geriatric patients that don't have the stamina to do much more.
So what was your overall impression of Tammy based on all the testing that you conducted?
As far as diagnosis? Or?
As far as brain damage and diagnosis.
Well, I mean, I guess you bring up the word damage. I mean, she's a damaged individual. Psychologically, emotionally, I would say neurocognitively to some extent, and certainly regarding substance use. So, we're looking at, I would say, 3 areas or so where, the emotional, psychological side, she really had this fusion of dysfunction within relationships, dysfunctional mood state, and dysfunctional alcoholism, and they all blended together. And I don't think the blows to the head did any help for her, nor did the chronic alcoholism, the seizures. So there are a number of issues here that we call psychiatric, neuropsychiatric, but also deserve treatment, obviously.
And based on your evaluation of Tammy, what did you diagnose her with?
Diagnosed her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Others specified bipolar disorder, and when I had seen her, was more currently depressed without psychotic features. Mild neurocognitive disorder due to traumatic brain injury and seizures. Alcohol use disorder severe. Alcohol intoxication at the time of this offense. Other specified somatic symptom disorder and borderline personality disorder.
And what criteria did you use to diagnose Tammy with bipolar disorder?
So the DSM-5 TR text provision.
And are there differences between the DSM-5 and the DSM-5 TR?
There are subtle differences.
Welcome back. I am Scott Johnson, your your host. You are watching a
In
special
this
live
case,
edition of the Going
but
Ringside
I-
podcast
I
as we monitor
usually thought
the
she had
goings on in
bipolar.
court right
It's
now for
probably
the
more,
sentencing,
in my
the
opinion,
criminal
bipolar
sentencing to
too.
DUI manslaughter
So I just said
charges
other
of
specifying
Tamara
bipolar
Sunny
was
Sytch. You
what
knew her
it
as
was.
Sunny when she was at her
She
peak
has
of her
symptoms
popularity
of,
in the mid-1990s. For the
of
last
bipolar
45 minutes or so, we have been hearing
And
from
some of that,
a witness
those
for the
symptoms would
defense,
be
a
at
mental
times,
health counselor talking about her
grandiosity,
substance abuse issues, talking
euphoria,
about neurological
irritability,
issues that may have contributed to her line of behavior. If you don't know Tammy Sytch's story, I want to talk about it for a bit, and we'll get back to court in just a moment.
Direct activity, but also activity.
She was at the peak of her celebrity in her
They may
early
subject
20s,
her
in the
to
mid-1990s. Thrust into the spotlight faster than you can imagine.
What information did you?
With that came considerable concerns over drug abuse, substance and alcohol issues, and different relationships with different wrestlers. The one they talked about the most is Chris Candido, the guy who was kind of a partner alongside her at the beginning of her career in the WWF when she was on a team called the Body Donnas. They were obnoxious workout gurus and told everyone they were fat. That was their character. And he eventually, she had other relationships. Very famously, she talked about a relationship with Shawn Michaels, the top performer in WWF in the 90s. And eventually, Chris Candido passed away in the early 2000s, which many have said was really part of her downward spiral. Tammy Sytch has continually had problems since then, falling out of the national spotlight, falling into drugs and alcohol, multiple DUIs, multiple jail stays over the years throughout much of the 2000s. And now, here in 2023, she is being sentenced for killing a 75-year-old man last May of 22, in Ormond Beach, Florida, which is a coastal community near Daytona in Volusia County, Florida, where she killed that man. 75-year-old man. His last name was Lassiter, Julian Lassiter. And she is now in court, dramatically different in appearance. When we do see her again, you will see that she has had a very change to her physical appearance. We've been showing you a lot of her images here on the screen from her, back in her days in the mid-90s when she was at her peak of celebrity to today. Her hair in the last year since she's been incarcerated has gone gray. She's gained a considerable amount of weight, almost unrecognizable to the woman we knew from the mid-1990s. But you've been listening for the last 45 minutes. One of the witnesses for I believe it's the defense. It is a mental health a psychiatrist, and we knew that there were going to be two mental health counselors who testified on Sytch's behalf. So I wanted to interrupt and remind you once again, you are watching live coverage from the Going Ringside podcast of the sentencing of Tammy Sytch. She faces up to 26 years in prison if she gets the maximum. Let's listen back into the testimony from the witness.
They had worked on some of these issues as well, I'm sure you'll know.
And moving forward a moment to her PTSD. Did her PTSD appear to have a triggering event?
Yes, it was more related to Chris Candido's death, the grief and loss, death of father, death of niece. Those were heavy hits. And then more recently with her partner that she was involved with, abusive relationships, certainly.
And can multiple or chronic traumatic events compound the effects of trauma?
Yes, we call that polyvictimization. And unfortunately, person is perhaps more likely to, get involved with these dysfunctional abusive relationships, but they can certainly be compounded with symptoms.
Does Tammy have a substance abuse disorder?
Certainly.
Does she have a mental health disorder separate from her substance abuse disorder?
Yes.
And what are the goals for treatment of a substance abuse disorder?
Well, there's cognitive behavioral and relapse prevention, type assessment treatment, education, also obviously sobriety.
And what are the goals for treatment of bipolar disorder?
Psychiatric medication management and individual therapy.
And what sort of therapy would you recommend for Tammy specifically for mental health disorders?
So the psychiatric medication management is important. Dr. Danziger will be more specific, but we're looking at antidepressant, anti-anxiety, PTSD, and mood stabilizing medications, anti-seizure medications, given her seizure history. And then as far as therapies, psychotherapy, we're looking at cognitive processing, EMDR, cognitive behavioral type therapies that hit depression and PTSD. So those would be really important that she's never had. In a case like this, it is a necessity.
And you also mentioned that Tammy has a mild neurocognitive disorder. Can you explain to the court what that is and what impacts it can have on an individual?
So, like I said, she's gifted, she is smart, she's intelligent. By history, also with her testing, but there was some, I think, executive functioning deficits that were deficient that I believe were due to some of these, blows to the head, potentially seizures that were impaired more than they should have been. But she still has intact everyday living skills, adaptive functioning skills.
And can treatment of her mental health issues have a positive effect on her ability to stay sober?
Yes.
And similarly, can proper treatment of her substance abuse issues have a positive effect on her ability to maintain her mental health?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Go ahead. I'm asking Deputy Brown to just move the microphone a little bit just to make it zoom. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Fabian.
Good morning.
Now, just so that I am clear, based upon your testimony, you said the police reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
The Volusia County Branch jail records,
Yes.
the Garnet medical records, correct?
Yes.
Scott Johnson,
Specifically
host of
for the
Going
purposes of
Ringside podcast.
referencing
We're
one
watching live
reported
special
seizure in
edition of
2014,
Going
is that
Ringside right
correct?
now as we bring you the live sentencing of
The history
Tammy
of
Sunny
correction and
Sytch in
treatment.
Daytona Beach, Florida, where she is being sentenced.
And was there not
for
also
manslaughter
a
to
report
face
of
26
one
years in prison.
seizure in
Yes.
2014?
Been listening
Yes.
for about
For
the
which she
last
was
hour to a
diagnosed
psychologist about her
with
mental health.
a
It looks like
possible seizure disorder,
cross-examination
and
has
she
just been taken
was
over, I believe, by the
released with a
prosecution.
prescription for
So let's listen in
Keppra.
further.
Yeah, right. And Keppra is an anti-seizure medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, in those records, there's no evidence of them ever conducting an EEG, is there?
I did not see that, no.
Okay. And so this is a self-reported incident of one seizure, correct?
Yeah, in fact, the 10 seizures, I think, were self-reported with the history of medication for the same.
And to your knowledge, Doctor, and in the records that you've reviewed, you've never actually seen or reviewed any records that document an EEG or an actual finding of the occurrence of electrical episodes or seizures on an EEG, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it could be related to alcohol.
And as opposed to voluntary alcohol consumption, correct?
There's a science to the neurobiology of alcoholism, but in part, I would not disagree with you.
And seizures can be caused by a variety of factors, correct?
Yes.
Febrile seizures.
Yeah.
They can be isolated incidents, correct?
Yes.
And other than her reporting to the emergency department in 2014, there is no other clinical evidence or documented evidence of her actually having any other seizures, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Did you order an EEG to be done for this defendant to be examined?
I did not.
Okay. And you said that she takes meds for anxiety, correct? Medications for anxiety.
Yes.
PTSD,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then she suffers from hypertension, you said,
Yes.
and then she suffers from nightmares, correct? What you refer to as the intrusive symptom prong of PTSD, correct?
Yes.
Again, these are self-reported, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, some of the other information that you obtained was from her family members, her sister you referenced, correct?
Yes.
Lori Cotton,
Yes.
and also from Missy.
Correct.
And you reported that her mother and father were alcoholics,
Yes.
and a brother who had a problem with alcoholism.
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't go so far as to say that alcoholism is hereditary, would you, doctor?
I would.
You would. You would say that alcoholism is hereditary.
Yeah, the DSM certainly says it, the research says it. It's about 5 times more likely to have alcoholism if your parents do, one of your parents does.
Okay. So based upon her abuse and her family history of alcoholism, this is why, that's what we're blaming on why this defendant was drinking. Is that what you're saying?
It's contributory. I wouldn't blame it's all due to her parents, no. It's certainly nature nurture like most conditions we have.
And you said that in part the reasons for her conditions that you described was because her father died, correct?
Well, these are traumatic events relevant to her PTSD.
Okay. So let's actually dial that in if we can.
Sure.
The traumatic events, you would agree with me that under the DSM there has to be a traumatic event that would be the sort of the trigger, if you will, for PTSD, correct?
Correct.
And so those events specifically would be that her father died as one of them?
Yes, I think she focused a lot on Chris's death.
Okay. And that her niece also died in a car crash, you mentioned, correct? That was traumatic for her?
Yes.
Did she report to you that she was close to her niece?
Yes, so did Lori, the mother of that niece that died.
Did she report to you the details of this car crash that was traumatic for this defendant?
Just vague details. I don't recall specifically what they were.
And then also you mentioned the destruction or the disintegration of her interpersonal relationships created trauma for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, other than speaking to her sister, did you speak to any of these individuals that she had these relationships with, these abusive relationships with?
I did not speak to them.
And you said that she also reported that she had, or you saw it in the medical records, perhaps you could clarify for me, that she suffered from some sort of degenerative disease of her L3 to an L5?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that self-reported, or you actually saw that somewhere in a particular medical record?
Self-reported. It was also, in the jail records. But, most of any mental or physical condition self-reported.
So there hasn't been any sort of imaging done to confirm any sort of degenerative disease for an L3 to an L5, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And you also referenced concussions, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you stated that she did not have medical insurance, correct?
That's my understanding.
And again, that was self-reported by this defendant, correct? By Ms. Sytch?
That is correct.
So she reported to you that she'd suffered concussions previously?
The other 2 informants did as well.
Okay. And the other 2 informants that told you she had concussions, are they medical doctors?
No.
And did you review any particular imaging, particularly an MRI of her head or a CT of her head that would document the occurrence of any concussion?
No, I didn't have any historical imaging data.
Okay. Did you direct, in the course of your evaluation of her, ask to have this defendant evaluated by having an MRI of her head?
We did not do that.
Did you have a CT done of her head looking for any evidence of previous concussions or any other type of brain injury?
No.
Has any type of imaging or scanning from any other medical facility been provided to you to review reports documenting any type of traumatic brain injury or other injury to her brain?
Halifax, I think the day of following the accident here, CT scan indicated no acute findings.
No acute findings.
From that injury or that incident.
Well, you didn't have them report anything as it relates to an actual traumatic brain injury, did you?
Well, I have concerns that she had a Glasgow coma score, I think, between 3 and 9, which is a concern.
After having a crash?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's nothing about the reports that you reviewed that you could determine injury prior to the accident or post-accident, correct?
Post-accident, there's discussion. Again, the Glasgow coma scale, at some point she immediately was unresponsive. So other than that, I don't have records documenting any traumatic brain injury or concussion before this accident.
Okay. So before this crash, there's no MRI imaging or CT imaging that you know of that documents any injury to this defendant's brain, correct?
Correct. She had told me that she had CT scans throughout her adulthood, but we didn't have records then, is my understanding.
So she did have insurance and she did have CT scans.
Well, I don't know if she had insurance, but I believe she said at one point she had scans done of different areas of her body.
But you didn't have any of those records and you haven't reviewed any of those records, correct?
That is correct.
So they play no part in you offering your opinion today, is that correct?
No, I can't testify to records I don't have them.
And records that were never provided to you.
Yeah, I don't have them records.
Now, don't you think that if such records existed, those would have been important for you making a diagnosis of traumatic brain injury?
Yeah, sure. They would be relevant to my evaluation.
So these records may or may not exist, but you didn't review them, but you're still saying that you believe that she had a traumatic brain injury. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I would say a concussion is a mild traumatic brain injury, so I would say that it's likely that she's had concussions and she would have a mild TBI. I'm not making it more than that.
So we're assuming that she had concussions because that's based upon her self-reporting, correct?
Most of the research in clinical or forensics that has to do with head injuries, TBI, concussions, and self-report.
And I'm asking you in this case, this is based solely upon self-reporting, is that correct? Yes or no, doctor?
Yes.
And there's no medical evidence that documents that she had a traumatic brain injury, correct?
The Garnett Hospital records indicate she went there for a seizure. I think she reported a history of concussions and depression. So
Again, I'm asking the same question.
Just self-report. I'm not arguing.
Yes, self-reporting.
Yes.
Now, you first met this defendant in May of 2023, this year, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you said you evaluated her on May 30th of 2023, May 31st of 2023, and then saw her more recently via Zoom on 10/21 of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were hired, to be fair, for the purposes of sentencing mitigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what you do within your practice. You review cases and evaluate people for purposes of sentence mitigation or downward departures, instances such as this. Is that fair to say?
That's part of what I do.
And that was what you were hired to do in this particular case, correct?
Yes, correct.
So prior to May 30th, 2023, you had never seen this defendant before. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you had no knowledge, personal knowledge of her mental health history prior to May 30th of 2023.
No.
And you weren't her treating physician, correct?
No.
Now, when you first saw her in May 30th of 2023, is that while she was in the Volusia County Branch Jail in custody?
Yes.
And she had been there for approximately a year at that point in time, correct?
That is correct.
And facing a potential number of years in prison, would you agree with me, doctor, that that would be a source of possible depression?
Certainly.
And sitting in custody while having your sort of movements restricted, your activities restricted, that would be a source of depression?
Yes.
And despite some of her failed relationships that you have described, this defendant previously enjoyed somewhat of a celebrity lifestyle. Would that be fair to say?
Fair.
So she's sitting in jail for approximately a year when you come see her, correct?
Yes.
She now no longer has that sort of public appreciation or public admiration at that point in time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She's gained weight, correct?
Correct.
She's facing a significant amount of time in prison.
Correct.
Okay. So her physical appearance has deteriorated somewhat from her former days of being a WWE wrestler.
Correct.
I would object as to about this.
And at this point, she's, as we said, sort of lost the admiration of her fans that she previously enjoyed.
I agree.
Those are all things that could cause depression, couldn't they, doctor?
Yes.
And in fact, wouldn't it be fair to say that depression is probably a common symptom of inmates who are facing prison sentences?
It's common.
Not exactly an uplifting time in someone's life, correct?
Correct.
Now, you referenced also that you believe she suffers from borderline personality disorder, correct?
Correct.
And part of the hallmarks that you look for in assessing that disorder are the instability of interpersonal relationships, right? And you described situations where the defendant has several failed relationships, correct?
Correct.
And that she's gone through the cycle of feeling loved and then feeling abandoned and sort of fights these constant feelings of abandonment and then seeks out love again, correct?
Correct.
Now, many of these relationships occurred in her early 20s, correct?
I would say at least one of them or two of them.
Isn't that somewhat a normal progression of women trying to find their way in their relationships in their early 20s?
This is extreme.
Okay. And now this is extreme as she's reported it to you in May of 2023, correct?
Yeah.
And this is as she's reported it to you after she's been in jail for a year.
Yeah, but I don't sense that she was not being candid, and the collaterals I interviewed were very consistent with these dysfunctional relationships by history.
And she was also candid with you about her use of alcohol, correct? You'd agree with me, doctor, wouldn't you, that the excessive use of alcohol can also destroy relationships, can't it?
Yes.
And when you did her neuropsychological testing, for the most part, she tested above average, correct?
Average, above average, yeah.
Yeah, nothing all that remarkable.
The executive functioning was the issue, but most of her testing was intact.
And that she was only impaired in the sort of immediate recall area, correct? Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes,
That her long delayed recall was actually quite good.
correct.
Now you also reference her reporting of pain. You didn't think that that was particularly a catastrophe or out of hand or untruthfully reporting, correct?
No, I think she has a lot of somatic health complaints in addition to emotional ones. So, but I don't think she was exaggerating her pain, physical pain.
And so someone who had been sort of in the world of like wrestling might be quite normal for them to experience some sort of pain, correct?
This would be given if they're in the business long.
Well, someone who also is in a middle age, would that also be a common cause for various ailments and pain?
Unfortunately.
And the defendant is 50 years old now, correct?
Or she will be.
So you said that she did a lot of self-reporting in terms of her complaints, correct?
Yes.
So she was aware prior to the crash in this case that she had PTSD?
Well, she endorsed these symptoms during the evaluation, but I don't know how much I don't think she had a lot of insight into the extent of the psychological problems and psychiatric diagnoses she does have.
So she complained to you about certain problems that she was feeling and that she had. Would that be more accurate to say?
I asked her questions about psychiatric symptoms and she would endorse them or not.
And she chose to solve those problems by the use of alcohol. Would you agree with that statement, doctor?
Some of them certainly, mostly the relationship dysfunction issues.
Yeah, well, she certainly abused alcohol on the date of the crash in this case, isn't that correct?
Yes,
And you diagnosed her with alcohol use disorder, isn't that correct?
correct.
And certainly the use of alcohol, to the extent that she actually has any of these other mental disorders that you referenced, alcohol would exacerbate or worsen the symptomology of these disorders, would it not?
It certainly can.
So essentially, at the time that you evaluate her, she's been in custody for a year, correct?
Yes,
Her life as she had known it has been sort of taken from her, correct?
correct.
She no longer has a fan base, and she no longer has the ability to enjoy the celebrity that she once enjoyed.
In much part.
She's gained weight, correct?
Correct.
She's depressed.
Agreed.
In fact, you said in your report that she endorsed physiological symptoms of depression, such as lethargy, poor motivation, difficulties with sleep and concentration. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have her physically evaluated? I'm not talking about her head. We already discussed the MRI or a head CT. But did you ever have her physically assessed by a doctor?
No, I reviewed the Lucia County jail records that presented her medical conditions.
And so she's a 50-year-old woman who's had some weight gain, correct?
Yes.
Depressed,
Yes.
reports lethargy,
Yes.
and poor motivation.
Correct.
Sounds like most of the female population in their mid-50s suffering from menopause or perimenopausal symptoms, doesn't it, doctor?
I'd agree in part.
Nothing further.
I have a quick question before I redirect. What age did the defendant's alcohol abuse manifest, do you know?
One moment. Started at 23.
What was your basis of that?
She informed me that she started drinking casually after work, and by 28 it got so chronic she started having pancreatitis as a result.
Just for counsel's knowledge, the report is not
We have an abbreviated report basically just explaining the testing results. If the court would like that, I'd be happy to provide it. Now, Dr. Fabian, Keppra is an anticonvulsant,
Yes.
and doctors prescribe Keppra for seizures, is that right?
Yes.
And not only was Ms. Sytch taking the anticonvulsant back in 2014, I couldn't learn at medical, is she also being prescribed Keppra at the jail right now?
Yes.
And the state asked you a number of questions about CT imaging. Does CT imaging even show concussions?
No, it's basically an X-ray of your head and brain, and it really looks at hemorrhage, blood in your brain.
And the CT that the state talked about that was taken at Halifax, that said no acute findings. Would that be fair to say?
Yes. The acute finding would be the Glasgow Coma scale at the scene being unresponsive. Now that's right at the scene.
And at an emergency room, they're looking for acute findings that they can treat right away and stabilize someone.
Yeah, really hemorrhaging in the brain.
They're not looking for whether someone has ever had a seizure in their entire life.
Not in particular.
And so the state also talked about her having spinal changes and there being no imaging from that. But the Volusia County jail records that you reviewed, she was actually given imaging of her spine. Do you recall that?
I believe what you're saying. I don't recall the findings. I know that you said that she had a back condition or lower back pain unspecified.
If I showed you a copy of that record, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. And for the state, I'm referring to page 52 of the Volusia County Branch Jail records. If I may approach, Your Honor. And now, having had an opportunity to review that radiologist report, was there imaging done of Ms. Sytch at the jail on her spine?
Yes, a finding of spinal stenosis.
And those are issues with her back. And the state had talked about Ms. Sytch first being depressed in the Volusia County Branch Jail, but actually the Garnett Health Records talks about a diagnosis of depression back in 2014, right?
Correct.
And she was actually on medication for depression back in 2014.
Blues Prozac.
So this is not a new revelation that all of a sudden she's in jail and she's depressed because of jail. This is a long history.
From that record and self-report, which we rely on, forensic examinations, we have to, and the collateral information reports, she's had evidence of chronic depression for years.
And the state mentioned Ms. Sytch's relationships, being in a number of these relationships in her 20s. But she was actually with Chris Canito until her early 30s, right?
That is, yeah, 16 years, I'd say, to the mid-30s.
So it would be fair to say that the majority of these relationships were in her 30s or beyond.
That is correct.
And the state had indicated on their questioning of you that her test results were not remarkable. But in fact, there was something remarkable about the neuropsychological testing results. Is that right?
Yeah, just the executive functioning is a concern of mine, given her, level of intellect and that impairment. So I do have concerns about a frontal executive functioning or dysfunction.
And is it actually even more pronounced that she is doing so well in all other areas and has such a huge deficit in this executive functioning?
Yes.
Now, as a psychologist, as a neuropsychologist, would it be fair to say that most of the information that you get is from self-report?
Yeah, whether it's a med school setting or in a jail.
And in a clinical setting, if you have a patient come in and they talk to you and they tell you, look, I'm depressed, I'm sad, I'm having nightmares, you don't get on the phone immediately and ask their family and friends if that's true.
No, I don't.
And when Ms. Sytch talked to you, she did not try to minimize any of her drinking.
No.
She did not try to minimize any of her relationship issues.
No.
And the information that you received from her family and friends, it was in line with the information that Ms. Sytch gave you.
It was.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect? Or reprompt? No, right. No, you're not. All right, is this witness 16?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the state then? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. All right, for housekeeping matters, I'd like to go on until 11:30 and take an early lunch at 11:30. Everybody okay to keep going? All right, while you're done.
Judge, we have called Dr. Jeffrey Danziger.
Raise your right hand, please. Just stop, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat next to me, please. Okay, step up on the stand.
Good morning. Judge, would you please introduce yourself to the court?
I am Jeffrey Danziger, D-A-N-Z-I-G-E-R.
What do you do for a living?
I am a psychiatrist.
Where did you go to school?
After graduating high school in South Florida, I attended Harvard College, graduating with a bachelor's degree in biology in 1978. I then went to the University of Miami School of Medicine, where I received my MD degree in 1982. After graduating medical school, I went to Washington University, St. Louis, where I did my internship and residency in psychiatry. I completed my residency
Hi, I'm
training
Scott
in
Johnson. You were watching the
1986.
Going Ringside
I spent one
podcast.
year
You were
on faculty
watching live
in
coverage
Los
of our
Angeles.
podcast that focuses on the world of pro wrestling, and this is the sentencing of Tammy Sytch, better known as Sunny in the wrestling world. This is Jeffrey Danzer. He is a psychiatrist who has interviewed Tammy Sytch about her issues and what led her to this point where she has killed a 75-year-old man in a DUI manslaughter case. Today is her sentencing. Let's go back to listen into this latest witness, who is a psychiatrist, witness for the defense, who has interviewed Tammy Sytch.
Forensic work such as, well, why I'm here today.
Now, would you review with the court your previous employment?
Well, let's see, from 1987 to 1989, I worked for a group psychiatric practice. But essentially, since December 1989, I've had my own practice It's called Psychiatric Affiliates, but it's basically me.
Have you ever worked in a correctional facility or in a correctional setting?
Briefly, there were a couple of years in the 1990s where I was the jail doctor in Seminole County. It was not full-time, it was part-time. Certainly, I've done many evaluations in jails and correctional facilities, but not as an employee.
Have you ever conducted work as an investigator for mental health pharmaceutical studies?
Yes.
Can you describe what that means to be an investigator in a pharmaceutical study?
Certainly. I've been a principal investigator on many trials. Essentially, when new medicines are developed or when medicines already out on the market, they may be looking for a new indication. So perhaps an antidepressant might work with panic disorder, or perhaps a medication for schizophrenia might work for bipolar disorder. So these are studies conducted under the supervision of the FDA, Food and Drug Administration. And as principal investigator, I would be in charge of one site. Usually there might be 15 or 20 sites around the country. And my role was to be sure that the protocol was followed properly, that the research was conducted properly, and with an overarching view on patient safety. So over the years, I've been involved in many pharmaceutical trials.
Do you hold any licenses?
Well, I'm certainly licensed in the state of Florida to practice medicine, and have been so since November 1986.
And as a medical doctor, can you treat patients and prescribe medication?
Yes,
Are you board certified?
I am.
In what areas?
I have 4 board certifications. I am boarded by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and Psychiatry. I have additional specialty boards in geriatric psychiatry, addiction psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry. All of those boards are active. I participate in something called the Maintenance of Certification Program, which requires that you have to keep up, demonstrate continuing knowledge, continuing efforts in education. So I have the 4 boards, and all of them are active.
Generally, what does board certified mean?
It means in medicine that you've completed an accredited training program and that you have demonstrated either through work experience, knowledge, or testing that you have sufficient knowledge in the field to be considered well qualified in meeting national standards.
About how many criminal cases have you been involved in your career?
So going back to 1988, my goodness, perhaps 15,000 or more for competency, sanity, sentence mitigation, various issues, everything from second-degree misdemeanors like trespassing to multiple death penalty sentences.
Are you able to estimate how many cases would be serious type of cases that involve death?
If you look at murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, everything 800, 1,000, going back over 3 decades.
How many times have you testified in court?
I'm thinking of my Rule 26 federal list, which probably in the past 5 years I've been on a witness stand maybe 150, 180 times in my career, probably over 1,000 by this point.
What would that number be if I asked you specific to Volusia County?
I know I've certainly been in this courtroom many times, and in the 7th Circuit. I've certainly been at the courthouse on Alabama Avenue in DeLand. So I'm no stranger to this courthouse here, but I don't have an exact number.
All right. Do you testify also in civil cases?
I do.
Have you ever testified for the prosecution before?
Many times, including in this county and including death penalty cases.
All right. Are you able to give me a rough breakdown, maybe by percentage, of how often you testify when you're called upon by the defense versus the prosecution?
It's hard to do because many of the cases that I see, I'm appointed by the judge, so I'm not neither the prosecution nor the defense. They may agree that I'm okay to evaluate someone, but my opinion falls where it may. It may be favorable to the defense, it may be favorable to the prosecution. Of course, many of those cases resolve with stipulations and I never make it to a court appearance. Given that, I've probably testified over the years more times for the defense, but certainly I'm no stranger to being retained by the prosecution or the state.
All right. What hourly rate did you charge in this case?
$300 per hour.
And are you able to estimate how many hours you have in this case?
Well, it may depend how long you keep me here today, but somewhere in the range of 10 to 12.
All right. At this time, we would offer Dr. Danziger as a witness competent to offer opinion testimony in the area of psychiatry. Judge.
Any objection, state?
No objection.
All right, go ahead, Counsel.
What were you asked to do in this case, Doctor?
I was asked to evaluate Tammy Sytch and essentially to offer opinions as to the presence of any psychiatric or substance use disorders and whether there were any factors potentially relevant towards her sentencing from the psychiatric standpoint, anything that the judge might find valuable to consider in determining her sentence.
And when were you retained?
I was officially retained on August 9, 2023.
Did you rely on records and reports of others concerning Tammy's past history in order to formulate your opinion?
Mostly I had the charging affidavit and information from Halifax Hospital on March 25, 2022, the day of the event causing us to be here today. Other than that, I did not have access to other records. Of course, I heard today what Dr. Fabian had access to.
Do you recall if you also reviewed the Volusia County Jail medical records?
I did not. I was not supplied with.
Okay. Did you personally meet with Tammy?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
Sure. It was August 11, 2023, and it was at the Volusia Main Jail, Branch Jail.
All right. Now, you testified earlier that you're board certified in addiction medicine. Can you tell, I want to talk specifically about that. What is addiction medicine?
Actually, it's addiction psychiatry, to be precise.
Okay.
And essentially, the subject of addictions involves the use and abuse of substances. It could be tobacco, alcohol, street drugs, prescription drugs, their pharmacology and physiology, their effects, issues of dependence and addiction, issues of treatment, and its interaction with both medical and other psychiatric disorders.
And from a psychiatrist standpoint, what is addiction?
We can think of addiction as a cluster of cognitive, behavioral, and physiologic symptoms indicating that a person continues to use substances despite significant problems and consequences. And we can think of addiction as having several components. The first would be impaired control, which could be manifested by using a substance in greater amounts than intended, craving a substance, failed efforts to quit or cut down, and using the substance so that it occupies a great deal of time, either trying to obtain the substance, be intoxicated on it, or find it. A second component of addiction, or a substance use disorder to be precise, would be social impairment. So someone who is not meeting their obligations at school, work, or in the home, taking care of themselves or children. Social problems such as losing jobs, the end of relationships, less participation in activities because you're intoxicated or recovering from the effects. A third component of addiction would be that of risky use, which would be using drugs in an unsafe manner that puts you at risk. So examples would be you've already had to be revived with Narcan, nearly dying from the use of opioids, but you continue to use. So using it in dangerous situations. Or using in the face of medical or psychiatric problems worsened by the illness. So an example would be if you have liver cirrhosis from drinking, you continue to drink. And finally, the fourth aspect would be the pharmacologic effects, which would involve tolerance, meaning you need ever greater amounts of the substance to produce the same effect, and then withdrawal symptoms, meaning when you don't have access to the drugs and your blood level drops, then you have symptoms of physical illness, such as seizures, which we've talked about earlier with Dr. Fabian, which are related to that substance. So essentially, addiction is a constellation of behaviors that cause significant problems, yet someone continues to use despite all of these different manifestations.
Is addiction a choice?
Usually not. While the use of substances may be considered voluntary, usually when it develops to the point of addiction, it is a compulsion. There are changes in brain circuitry that continue to fuel the addiction process. So it is, while there's certainly a voluntary nature, whether you take a drink or inject a drug or smoke a drug, well, there's a voluntary component to it. There is a compulsive aspect to it that can overwhelm an individual's control. And indeed, one of the 4 core characteristics of addiction is the notion of impaired control.
And generally, what can addiction be a result of?
Well, it's usually multifactorial. I think it was stated during Dr. Fabian's testimony that there's a genetic component. Now, genes are not destiny, but the more relatives you have with substance use disorders, the greater your risk of developing it. So there's a hereditable or a genetic component that heightens the risk. We know that adverse experiences, particularly adverse childhood experiences, also heighten the risk not only of substance use, but of future mental illness, school dysfunction, occupational problems, and criminality. Certainly one's environment. If you grow up somewhere where for religious reasons or for cultural reasons there's no access to drugs, your risk is less than if you grow up in an environment where drugs are plentiful. If you're around people who use drugs. Certainly many of the psychiatric illnesses people suffer from, depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, anxiety disorders, there's often what we call comorbidity, meaning you have having one heightens your risk of the other. Some of it may be due to self-medication. People whose mental illnesses are not properly treated may resort to the use of alcohol or other drugs in an effort to provide temporary relief, even though eventually it leads to even worsening problems. You get what we call a positive feedback cycle. You're more depressed, so you drink to go to sleep and get relief. The more you drink, the more depressed you feel, so you resort more to alcohol. You get this positive feedback. So these are various risk factors. The more risk factors you have, the greater your risk of developing it. But again, some people, despite adverse circumstances, are able to avoid substance use, whereas others simply develop severe substance use problems, which then can impact not only on their psychiatric illness, but worsen their physical health as well, lead to a shortened lifespan, as well as all of the other manifestations, busted relationships, loss of jobs, loss of marriages, early death, incarceration, legal problems, can be devastating, the effects.
Are there physical symptoms associated with addiction?
Well, certainly, yes. Depends upon the substance. Certainly with alcohol, people can have all sorts of gastrointestinal problems, gastrointestinal bleeding, problems with the pancreas. Certainly it can impact their brain functioning. It can cause what we call alcoholic neuropathy. It damages the nerves, leading to painful conditions. Certainly liver problems, strokes, heart disease. If you already have issues such as hypertension or diabetes, alcohol makes it dramatically worse. Again, often leads to a very shortened lifespan. So alcohol can certainly lead to physical problems. We're all familiar with people who are using fentanyl or heroin who are dying because of overdoses. Certainly individuals who use methamphetamine can have serious problems and a shortened lifespan. So yes, the use of substances, depending upon the substance, can result in significant physical problems, culminating essentially in early death.
Now, you spent time with Tammy. In your opinion as a psychiatrist, does Tammy have an addiction to alcohol?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And what did you base that opinion on?
Well, essentially her history, which is she reports both tolerance to alcohol, that at her peak drinking an average of 7 to 9 drinks per day, someone who is naive to alcohol use. Someone here doesn't drink and they had 9 drinks in a day, they might end up in a hospital. There's no way they had the tolerance to do that. So she reported tolerance to alcohol. She reported alcohol withdrawal symptoms, waking up in the morning shaky with chills and vomiting. Again, the seizure issue was brought up before, and certainly for some people, if they don't have access to alcohol, they may have an alcohol withdrawal seizure. I'm not a neurologist, I haven't done an EEG on her, but the seizures may well have been alcohol related. That's certainly something to consider in the differential. And it's very common for heavy drinkers. They lose access, alcohol withdrawal seizures can occur. In addition to the physical sort of pharmacologic symptoms of alcohol, she noted the loss of control, failed efforts to quit or cut down, failed efforts at inpatient and residential rehabilitation, often drinking more than intended, drinking despite pancreatitis. The pancreas is an organ in our abdomen involved in digestion. But she reported developing pancreatitis, which is an extremely painful condition where the pancreas is inflamed, as well as a pseudocyst, which is a condition within the pancreas, continuing to drink despite these medical complications. Frequent relapses, failed efforts to quit, and of course, multiple arrests, various DUIs. Despite all of these complications, continuing to drink, leading to the present unfortunate and sad set of circumstances we're here today.
Now, earlier you mentioned there's a genetic component to addiction. How is that relevant to Tammy?
My understanding, and again, I've not spoken with relatives, but my understanding is Tammy reported and Dr. Fabian testified that there is a family history of alcoholism. Again, I'll reiterate, it's not determinative. Just because you have an alcoholic relative doesn't mean you're going to get it. It's a risk factor. Just like with diabetes. The more relatives you have with diabetes, the greater your risk. Some of it may be genetic. Some of it may be growing up in a home with alcohol, with someone who's an alcoholic, may increase your risk. It's an adverse childhood experience, so it may be both a bit of genetics and environment. Again, it's not 100% determinative, but the more relatives you have with alcohol use disorders, it puts you at greater risk to development.
Did you conduct any testing on Tammy with regard to addiction?
I did a test called the audit, the Alcohol Use Disorder Identification Test, and it's a screening tool. It's not meant to be exhaustive. It's a 10-item screening tool developed in conjunction with the World Health Organization that's designed to identify problematic alcohol use and alcohol-related consequences. So I use it frequently both in clinical and forensic practice, and it's often helpful in assessing whether someone needs further assessment and further treatment. It's a 10-item tool. Scores range from 0 to 40. Typically, scores of 8 or more are associated with hazardous alcohol use, and scores of 16 or more are generally correlated with an alcohol use disorder. Ms. Sytch scored a 31, which is an extremely high score. It's based on drinking within the past year. Now, she's been incarcerated for more than a year, so I modified it to say the year prior to March 2022. What was your drinking like? Obviously, she's been incarcerated for quite some time without access to alcohol in an enforced state of sobriety. But based on what she related to me, and again, it's self-reported, but a score of 31 is certainly consistent with a very serious alcohol use disorder. I would call it severe by the DSM standard and consistent with very hazardous drinking behavior and severe consequences.
And you mentioned that that's a self-reported test, and that she scored on the high severity scale. What's significant about it being self-reporting and that high result?
Well, she's certainly not minimizing. One of the things we see in addiction disorders is people often are in denial. I don't have a problem, I'm just a social drinker. My parents drank the same way. It's not a problem. And certainly she is, as I met with her, she demonstrated insight that I'm not minimizing or denying my alcohol use, and it's been very problematic and caused great distress in life.
Now, you mentioned that she told you that she had opportunities for addiction treatment previously. Is it unusual for individuals with addiction to relapse, and why is that?
Well, people with substance use disorders frequently relapse. Some benefit from treatment more than others, but one of the questions we have to ask ourselves as doctors, if someone isn't getting better, why? Why isn't treatment working? Is there something that's being missed? So some people, even with the best of treatment, will still relapse. But if someone has been through multiple treatment, both psychiatric and substance use, and they're not getting better, it behooves us as doctors to think, are we treating the wrong thing? Are we missing something? I believe something very important was missed with Tammy Sytch.
All right, and we're going to get to that. In this circumstance, where we are today, is there something different about this circumstance than the circumstances she's been in previously?
Yeah.
All right. And what is that?
What we know about Ms. Sytch, she went through different rehab efforts. We know she's been treated with antidepressants, but she didn't get better. So the question is why? And one of the things I was taught in my training is if you had someone with depression, ask about bipolar symptoms, especially if they're not getting better. So what we know is that it often takes 10 years on average for the first time someone comes into psychiatric treatment to get the diagnosis of bipolar right. That's not something I as a psychiatrist are proud of in my profession. But one of the reasons is that people often don't come in for treatment when they're manic. They feel well, they have lots of energy, they feel great, they're excited, they don't view it as a problem. They only come in when they're depressed. So One of the things I inquired carefully about, and I used an instrument, it's a screening tool called the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which just asks specifically about bipolar symptoms. And what Ms. Sytch reported to me was, in addition to the depressive episodes, which you haven't asked me that yet, but she described these discrete episodes where she is accelerated, that her mood is elated, she feels very high. She can also switch rapidly to being irritable. Her speech is more rapid. She gets by on less sleep, and even though she's sleeping less, she has increased energy. She's more reckless, and her sex drive is up during those times. Now, it's interesting to me that I arrived at this diagnosis completely independent of Dr. Fabian. I had no idea when I met with Tammy Sytch what Dr. Fabian had opined. But working separately, we reached an identical diagnosis. And again, in his testimony, he said he spoke with relatives and confirmed episodes of acceleration. So this makes sense to me. Why didn't she get better? She told me she's been on the antidepressants, not only in jail, but for years before that, they never really worked. Now, the distinction between bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder is not merely an academic one. The treatment is entirely different. We treat major depressive disorders, at least from a psychiatric standpoint, with antidepressants. And that's the usual treatment, not to discount psychotherapy and counseling, but from a medical standpoint, we prescribe antidepressants. Now, bipolar depression looks identical to major depression at the time. There's no clinical distinction between someone who's bipolar depressed and major depression. They look identical, but the treatment's entirely different. Antidepressants don't work in bipolar disorder. They generally don't. In fact, if you look at the treatment guidelines, they say don't prescribe antidepressants alone to bipolar patients. Why? They paradoxically make things worse. At best, they don't work, but what they can do is increase cycling, cause people to have manic episodes and become more irritable. So when you treat someone with bipolar disorder, they should be on a mood stabilizer. You put them on an antidepressant, at best it doesn't work, at worst it makes them actually worse. And then if they have a substance use disorder, the medicines aren't working, it puts them at greater risk to self-medicate. I believe, my opinion, is that's what happened with Tammy Sytch. That she was an undiagnosed bipolar, she was on antidepressants, they didn't work, she continued to be depressed, continued to cycle, used alcohol in large part to self-medicate, had a severe alcohol use disorder, she was likely at genetic risk for alcohol. And this is how we come to this situation, where despite treatment and rehab efforts, it didn't work. In my opinion, she was not diagnosed or treated properly over the years.
All right, so what we know from the past history is that she was diagnosed with depression and treated with Prozac. We know that.
Yes, and I believe there was a reference to another antidepressant, Celexa or citalopram in the past.
And as you just said, you disagree with that diagnosis, and the proper diagnosis, in your opinion, should have been bipolar disorder.
Yes, she's within the bipolar spectrum. And yes, and again, it's not just a matter of what diagnosis you put down on an insurance form. Diagnosis makes a difference in how you treat people. There's different treatment between major depression and bipolar disorder. And if you're not treating them properly, it's not going to help.
And what led you to the diagnosis of bipolar disorder, specifically with Tammy?
Well, the first was the question in my mind, why isn't she getting any better? Why is she in this situation where she's failed all these rehabilitation attempts, where the antidepressants don't seem to work? It's sort of like digging a well. You're digging a well, it's dry, you keep digging, it's dry, you dig some more, it's still dry. At some point you think, maybe I'm digging in the wrong place. Maybe this is a dry hole. So I often see people in my clinical practice who refer to me because they're not getting better. They're treatment resistant. And then the question is, why? Is something being missed? Are they being treated for the wrong thing? Are they not on the proper? Is something going wrong in the treatment why they're not getting better? And that's what I thought of when I started talking to Tammy and learned about her history. And I inquired carefully about bipolar symptoms, and they came through. And it's consistent with what we know in psychiatry, that people don't report being manic. They like being manic, they feel good, so it's often missed. And I'll just note parenthetically, it's interesting.
Hey guys, we're back. Sorry about that. I was trying to get those technical difficulties addressed. We're working to get, it looks like the feed froze up from court, and we'll get back to that in a bit. As soon as that feed is coming, you guys just let me know and we will get it back on air. But I want to talk about where we're at. We have heard from two witnesses for the defense, both psychiatric experts right now. We're hearing from a clinical psychiatrist who's on the stand testifying about personality disorders, bipolar, depression, the constant substance abuse, the constant cycle that Tammy Sytch has been in for all this time. You know, we've been listening for about 2.5 hours almost now, so I want to kind of backtrack and talk a little about who Tammy Sytch is, if you're not aware. Once again, I'm Scott Johnson, and you are listening to a live special edition of the Going Ringside podcast, where we focus on the world of pro wrestling. That's obviously where people know Tammy Sytch from her time in the 90s. So I want to do a little, go back and kind of talk about that. And guys, when the signal's back established from the court, put it on the screen by my side, and I can keep track in real time. Tammy Sytch was a woman in her young 20s, in the mid-1990s, and her boyfriend at the time from high school, I believe it was, Chris Candido, who is another pretty well-known wrestler, asked her to get involved in the wrestling world. She was extremely young, late teens, early 20s. So she gets in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Now that is a regional, small-time territory. And she was a manager or a valet, and she was really good at it. Just good. Drop-dead gorgeous. Could talk, could make people angry at her and not like her. She was good at playing what's called a heel. She played the character of a rich snob from the Northeast, and she was good at putting down the fans. And WWF noticed this, and she was brought into the national company, the global company, in 1994. Alongside Chris Candido. They came in with a team called the Body Donnas. They essentially played the character of obnoxious physical trainers that would go out to the fans and say, "You're fat and ugly and we look better than you and we're the pretty people." That's what they did. She would do that very well. And WWF noticed this. And it was really a change for females in this industry because she was so good at it that they couldn't get her on TV enough. She went from beyond just managing to hosting shows, magazine covers, video specials. They put her everywhere. In 1996, she beat Pamela Anderson, Carmen Electra, Cindy Margolis, three of the most famous women on the planet at the time. AOL declared her the most downloaded woman on the internet. She was popular. And WWF really at this time in the mid-90s, their target audience was young males. Guys in their teenagers, guys in their 20s, putting a pretty woman like a Tammy Sytch on TV playing the character of Sunny worked well for them. But there was something happening in Tammy Sytch's life during those years. She started to develop serious problems with drugs and alcohol. And there were also problems they mentioned on the stand there. She had been dating Chris Candido, who's a well-known wrestler, that she's talked about an affair with a much more well-known wrestler, Shawn Michaels, who was the top guy in the company throughout the mid-1990s. Dealing with a lot of the similar issues that he's talked about that she had. He dealt with drugs and alcohol in the 90s. He's cleaned himself up considerably over the years. But back in the 90s, they were kind of two peas in a pod. both going from town to town, living that party lifestyle. Drugs were there, alcohol was there every step of the way. And eventually, after a few years, Tammy Sytch started to become unreliable as an employee, and WWF let her go. She started missing dates, and the slow downward spiral of her life was beginning at that time. But she still remained in national prominence. She was taken in by Extreme Championship Wrestling, ECW. It was kind of the secondary brand in the country. And she was there, and she had to get rid of the name Sunny because that was a copyrighted name that WWE owned. But she went in and did some form of Tammy Sytch as she went around the territories. She went to ECW, and I'm sorry, I'm getting the update. We do have the Zoom. Okay, guys, if you could put next to me, we'll bring the audio back up in a bit, but this is the link from court. We'll get back to it.
Well, again, much of
this is testimony, but I want to talk a little about Tammy Sytch. She does her wrestling. She goes to ECW, the lesser territory, and then she goes to WCW, World Championship Wrestling at the end of the 1990s. Still has a national audience at this point. Still has a big fan base. Still very famous. But when WCW folded around 2001, we never saw Tammy Sytch again at the national level. She was no longer a mainstream talent. She was brought back and eventually inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame many years later, but that was really a one-off. She would go around to the independent circuits, living past glory, still in the wrestling world. But along the way, the downward spiral continued. The drugs, the alcohol, the arrests, many in the Northeast. For DUI, she had multiple stays in jail. And then, fast forward to May of 2022, driving in Ormond Beach, Florida, mid-sized city in the coast, about an hour or so east of Orlando. She hits a man, 75 years old, Julian Fran Lassiter, and kills him. Tammy Sytch has been incarcerated ever since, charged with DUI manslaughter. So I want to get back to court as she receives her sentence today, possibly facing up to 26 years in prison. This is a new angle from the courtroom. Let's listen in. Latest we're hearing from is a psychiatrist who has been diagnosing Ms. Sytch, who is there in the courtroom as well. Let's listen in.
Which is actually an element found in the Earth's crust. But when it's put in a lithium salt form, you get lithium carbonate. In proper doses, it can stabilize bipolar disorder. Other mood stabilizing agents include certain seizure disorders, such as Depakote and Tegretol and Trileptal, which not only are effective anti-seizure agents, but also work in bipolar disorder. And then many of the antipsychotic medications, which are used in the treatment of schizophrenia, also turn out to be effective in bipolar disorder. And these would be medications such as Seroquel, Latuda, Vraylar, Risperdal, Zyprexa, all of which are useful. And we use these medications not only to treat the acute episode, so if somebody comes in manic or depressed, we treat it, but we also use it for what's called prophylaxis or prevention. So we like to keep people on the medicine to try to prevent future episodes. So we use these mood stabilizing medications both for the treatment of someone who's actively ill, as well as we keep them on it even when they're doing well to try to prevent or prophylax against future episodes.
Now, historically, when she was prescribed an antidepressant rather than the medications you just described, why did that cause a worsening of symptoms?
Well, if you look at the practice guidelines for the treatment of bipolar disorder, generally antidepressants, sometimes they help, often they don't work, and often they make things inadvertently worse. So if someone comes in depressed, the bipolar isn't recognized, they're put on an antidepressant, it can make them more irritable, put them into a manic phase, increase cycling, and often makes them worse. So the practice guidelines are you should not use an antidepressant alone in bipolar disorder, you should use a mood stabilizer. The data actually, even on adding antidepressants to a mood stabilizer, is mixed, and the general recommendations do it with caution. It might help, it might not. But treating a bipolar spectrum individual with an antidepressant alone, not recommended.
All right, counsel, it's about 11:30. Is this maybe a good stopping point?
Yes, Judge.
All right, do we agree with Dr. Danziger on the stand? Nobody will confer with him during the break and see if that's on.
Yes, Judge.
All right, an hour and 15 minutes. We say about 12:45.
That's fine.
All right, put the recess until 12:45.
So it looks like they are taking a recess for the time being, and we're going to continue monitor. We'll come back into court as soon as they are back, but it looks like they have taken a recess for now. This is, I want to kind of go back and look at what we've been watching. Bruce Hamilton, do you got a minute? I'm going to bring in a colleague of mine, Bruce Hamilton, to come and contribute. And to our director, you can widen out the shot at your leisure. We're going to kind of discuss and unpack what we have seen in court today. Bruce, one of my colleagues here at Channel 4 in Jacksonville, will come join me. But once again, you are watching live coverage on Going Ringside, a special live podcast of the criminal sentencing of Tammy Sytch. We are working to reset our shot, and we'll bring Bruce Hamilton in here shortly to give us some thoughts on what we have seen in court so far for the last couple hours. It has really been hearing from psychiatric experts, which is kind of what we expected. That is who they had on the witness list for the defense. So we have heard a lot about bipolar disorder, extreme issues with drugs and alcohol addiction that has gone on nonstop in her life since she's really started this downward spiral that has systematically happened for about the last 25 years. And Bruce is here now. We're going to bring Bruce in to kind of discuss what we've seen so far. Bruce, we've been hearing a lot. It's all been testimony so far from psychiatric experts.
So basically, the defense brought in two witnesses, Jeffrey Danziger and Dr. John Matthews Fabian, with the suggestion that both forensic and clinical psychiatrists would testify to basically say that Ms. Sytch deserved a lesser sentence. And what happened was they presented their case, and then the prosecution came in and basically said, well, look, you're presenting this evidence, but you really don't have a lot to back it up. So let's take a look at what the forensic psychologist had to say. He said he had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Sytch on 2 occasions, including a Zoom call in October 2023. And during their sessions and through additional discussions, it was discovered that both of her parents had grappled with alcoholism. And this information was confirmed by Tammy's sister, Lori, who disclosed their family history of dependency issues and alcohol-related problems. And additionally, the psychologist consulted with Missy Leslie, who is the wife of Brutus Beefcake. She shared insights revealing a pattern of abusive relationships with men in Tammy's life, as well as a prevalent atmosphere of chaos and alcohol abuse within her social circles. And her life, if you listen to the testimony, was marked by periods of both stability and struggle throughout. There were moments when everything seemed to be going well, but she also faced times when she turned to alcohol as a coping mechanism for her issues. And it's worth noting that her brother also battled with alcohol-related problems. Furthermore, Sytch endured significant emotional challenges, according to the psychologist, including profound grief and loss, the loss of her father, the tragic passing of her niece in a car accident, and the death of Chris Candido, with whom she had a 16-year relationship.
Chris Candido, another wrestler. He played the character of Skip when she was Sunny in WWF, and their relationship, yes, Bruce, has been chronicled for years.
Yeah, and the psychologist talked about her life basically being a roller coaster. She had euphoria and then depression, times of up and down, and basically he characterized what he called an emotional journey throughout the course of her life, and said that she faced several psychological and physical challenges during her wrestling career, which I know that you know about, tearing her ACL and quad, as well as suffering from nearly half a dozen concussions. And he said it's worth noting that she did not have medical insurance to cover her health care expenses during this time, turned to alcohol and Xanax, and had a complex and tumultuous personal history in her romantic life as well. And again, it all goes to talking about this roller coaster ride that she basically lived. And then they talked about the prosecution. And the prosecution basically said, okay, this is all well and good, but you've got no documentation to back all of this up.
It's a lot of just speculation on medical experts, and we see that a lot in cases like these where they bring in, the defense brings in its experts, and for our knowledge, that's all that Tammy Sytch's defense lawyers are using on her behalf to try and testify in her defense. Bruce, the person who comes to mind who I think about, and I don't know if you remember this name, Dana Plato, who used to be on the TV show Different Strokes. Mm-hmm. She was a child actor, got immediately famous overnight, turned to drug and alcohol, and her life just continued to deteriorate. And eventually, she lost her life at a young age. I mean, we see this sometimes with people who become uber famous and somewhat sexualized in their caricature to the public in such a short amount of time.
Because they don't handle that fame well. They're thrust into the spotlight. Their life changes so quickly. And what happens is that life that happens when they're in the public spotlight is so different from what their personal life had been before. They don't know how to handle that fame.
And I think for her, it was, she was up, and then immediately that celebrity in a span of about 6 or 7 years was gone.
Right.
And she had to live life without it.
And it's going to be interesting to see now what the judge does with this testimony. As we know, the maximum sentence that she could get would be 26 years. So the judge is going to sit back, and he's going to sit back and say, all right, so we heard this evidence, but he's also going to sit back and say, well, the prosecution basically said there's nothing that we heard from the defense that was corroborated and that was documented. So do I go ahead and give her the 26 years? Do I give her a lesser sentence based on what I heard from the defense, knowing full well that she had a very tumultuous life?
Very tumultuous, multiple DUIs. I'm frankly surprised she was out of jail. She's been incarcerated so many times. And I want to say to my director, we do have an interview. I'd like to reuse and re-cue with criminal defense lawyer Gene Nichols, if you have it. I'd like to go to that if we could, kind of talking about where we're at. It's going to kind of talk about what you can expect throughout the rest of this hearing today. I recorded it with Gene. He's dealt with a lot of DUI cases. That's one of his specialties. He's based here in Jacksonville, Florida, where we're at. This is about 90 minutes south. Well, we're joined now by Gene Nichols, the criminal defense attorney here in Jacksonville, Florida, where I'm based out of. And Gene's dealt with a lot of DUI cases before. That's one of the things he's dealt with a lot of. Gene, thanks for joining us today.
I'm happy to be here, Scott.
Gene, talk to me about this case. So this is a sentencing. Tammy Sytch has pleaded essentially no contest, and she didn't go through a trial. Talk to me about that and why she would have done that, kind of what that implies in this case.
Scott, in so many of these situations, especially where you have a victim, you have victim's family, you have so many people who are involved, you have to work with your clients in order to try and make the best decision. And sometimes, and a lot of times, going to a jury trial, having a jury decide your fate can be incredibly detrimental to your case, especially from a sentencing standpoint. No judge is going to tax somebody for going to trial. You have a constitutional right to go to trial, but there are times when, if you're going to seek to try and get a lesser sentence, you don't want to go all the way to a trial, especially if you believe that, factually speaking, you're going to get convicted. If the state has the evidence against you, then you need to make the decision to say, okay, I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to put the victim's family through a trial. And in a death case, in a manslaughter case, such as this one, not putting the victim's family through the trial can be an argument that will be made in order to try and lessen the sentence. So from what I've seen from this evidence, the evidence was incredibly stacked up against her. So not forcing the state nor the family to have to go through a trial was a good decision on her part.
So talk to me about what we can expect today in this sentencing. What happens? Is this a pretty quick thing, or can they drag out?
So a lot of it's going to depend upon what the defense has to present. What we know is, prior to today, the defense has listed 2 expert witnesses, both of them forensic psychologists, one of them who's local in the state of Florida and has testified in the courtroom where she is on multiple occasions. They've also listed another forensic psychologist out of Texas. I anticipate one, if not both, to testify. And what we can expect from any of that expert testimony is to talk a lot about not only her mental health. She has had multiple diagnoses over the years and is currently treating right now, I understand, for depression. There's going to be discussions as well about sobriety and the alcohol use abuse, drug alcohol use abuse that she has had her entire life.
Well, let me talk about that. So in the last 10 years, she's been convicted multiple times in other states, mostly in the Northeast, I think. Other DUIs, she's had stays, she's been incarcerated, I think, on more than one occasion. Is that going to come into play here in the sentencing?
On both sides. So the defense is going to try and argue to show, listen, she's had an incredibly rough road her entire life. The combination of drug and alcohol addiction, dependence, involving mental health, you'll see it from that perspective. And then you'll also see the defense argue, look, she has been incarcerated now for an extended period of time. She's sober, she's clean, she is treating as best as she possibly can. So let's mitigate. On the state side, just what you said, the state is going to harp on the fact that she has never gotten better. She has had opportunities. She's been punished by multiple judges in multiple states over the years for alcohol and drug related offenses. And we still got to this point today. So yes, her past is going to come up. Defense arguing that it's because of mental health and it's because of addictions that she's been unable to control. State arguing tough. She's had her opportunities. She has done this so many times. She needs to be punished, not because of what's happened in the past, but don't accept what the defense has to say because we've been down this road before with this person.
Did you see any other people testifying, or can we only just expect the forensic or the mental health counselors?
They're the only ones I would expect to testify. The defendant should testify. She should get up on the stand. She should talk about who she is. She should try to personalize herself to a certain extent to the judge. And she's also going to want to show remorse. If she does not get up on the stand and show a tremendous amount of remorse and real remorse, and judges see it and hear it all of the time. While a layperson may not get that opportunity to see it, judges see it. And the judge in this case is going to be well aware of whether or not she is truly remorseful or not. And so it will be a defense decision.
Do you suspect the victim's family will testify?
Absolutely. I expect the state to put on not only probably the arresting officer, to put the evidence on like it's a mini trial to establish. If I am the state, I am absolutely putting on the medical providers who got the blood draw in this case and the level of the blood draw. And then, yes, I absolutely expect that we'll hear from family members from the state.
So essentially, in some respects, she does get her trial. It's just at sentencing.
She really does.
The things we'd see in the trial, we'll see here.
Yes, you can expect a minimized version of the trial from the state standpoint in order to show the judge what happened and in order to show the judge that her blood alcohol content was through the roof. And so it's not, if I'm the government in this case, I'm not just walking in with a piece of paper and telling the judge, you know, her blood alcohol level was XYZ. I'm going to put the witness on the stand, or I'm going to at least put the police officer on the stand and explain what happened. And then finally put the family of the victim up there to give their impact statements, which are always incredibly persuasive in any sentencing hearing.
So I want to get your thoughts of the fact that she's a celebrity in some fashion. She's somewhat of a celebrity, somewhat known. There's going to be interest in segments of the population around the country on this trial. Do you see that impacting the judge's decision at all? Like he wants to show that Florida's no nonsense or try to make a statement, or do you think that would not really come into play?
I don't think it will come into play. I think the judge will specifically, when they do hand down their sentence, the judge will specifically say it did not have an impact on this case, did not have an impact on their decision. I think the judge will go out of their way to make a statement that it had nothing to do with the sentencing and they are unaware really of this person.
Why do you say that? Do you think if he did, that would impact like an appeal down the road?
It could potentially impact an appeal, but at the same time, the judge is going to want to make sure that everybody who is listening, everybody who's paying attention, especially the family of the victim in this case, understands that they have not taken any of that into account. Everyone there, there's a belief out there in society that because somebody is famous, because somebody has money, that they get off, that rich people get off or famous people get off. And I don't expect the judge to punish opposite of that, to say, I'm going to punish to show you that doesn't happen. I do expect the court to say who this person is, who this person's background is, has no impact on them. And I would suspect the judge will even tell us that they didn't even know who they were from a fame standpoint until reading about it in the paper.
So it's 25 to 26 years in prison is the max she's looking at. Do we have any idea what the punishment will be, or not really until this is over?
We're not going to know. We can speculate, but what we know is this, is in the state of Florida, we have what are called guidelines. And what guidelines tell us is when you do all of the math and you figure out using priors, using this offense, using what are called victim impact points, which enhances based upon whether or not there's a death or serious bodily injury. The formula tells us that you are to sentence this person to X amount of time. And in this case, we know that the guidelines are showing at least 10 years in the Florida State Prison. And the judge, if the judge is ever going to go below that number, there's going to have to be statutory reasons. The defense is going to have to establish statutory reasons, such as that this was based because of a mental health issue or an addiction issue, something to that extent. The judge does not.
If she's sentenced, let's say 20 years, a pretty stiff sentence, could Tammy Sytch feasibly get out of jail sooner?
So in the state of Florida, you are obligated to spend 85% of your sentence.
No matter what, despite if you have good behavior or whatever the case may be.
You're doing a minimum of 85%. If everything goes well, then you're doing your 85% and you're done. We got rid of what everybody knows in the country. So many states still have parole, which, you get let out early, but if you mess up again, you go back and finish. We got rid of parole in the state of Florida years ago. You were doing 85%. Some of what she's facing has minimum mandatories. There's at least one 4-year minimum mandatory that she has to serve, but you can expect the sentence in this case. I do not expect the court to find enough mitigation to go below the guidelines. So it's at least going to be a guideline sentence. I'll be shocked if it's anything below guidelines, and those guidelines are going to call for at least 10 years, probably somewhere up to 15, while there's a way to manipulate it to get up to that 20 and 25 range. I would expect that we'll see something probably between the 10 to 15 range, and that will be the cleanest sentence to kind of preclude any potential for an appellate issue on why they went above the 15 years.
I don't want to back up to what we were talking about, her possibly testifying. You have dealt with a lot of clients who've had to testify, probably guilty clients who've had to testify. She is someone who's a performer. She's performed in front of a camera for probably a decade in her career. Is it important for her attorney to make sure that you're not coming across as a performer, as opposed you're coming across, as a real person?
If she is unable to come across as a real person with true and genuine remorse, I'll be shocked if she gets up there. I have had clients testifying.
Hang on. Do you think that her lawyers would know that going in?
Absolutely. Yes. I think there will be a tremendous amount of time spent with her. I have been there with clients in DUI manslaughter sentencings. And if your client is not prepared or even just unable, we don't want to say this person is not remorseful, but there are some people who just cannot get into a courtroom and speak. This is an interesting situation because she has been in the public eye. She has been a performer and an entertainer for so long that we know she has the ability to come into a situation and perform, but this is different. She is facing a family of a person whose life that she took. And so I believe no matter what sort of skills that she has in the ring and what she's done in television, that the judge is going to know real quick whether or not she's being honest or not. But because she does have that background and because she has at least got some training and experience in speaking and in public, I anticipate her to testify in this case. And she's going to need to do a good job to convince the court that they ought to go below a guideline sentence in this case.
One thing that's kind of out of your range, but I want to get your opinion on because you've dealt with clients before. Her physical appearance since being incarcerated has changed dramatically. She's a platinum blonde beauty queen, for much of her career. And obviously she's getting older and that's normal aging. But since she's been incarcerated, we've known a significant change in her physical appearance. Is that unusual for someone who's been incarcerated for a few years?
Usually you don't see it in the way that it has happened in this case. I do believe that she looks very different and from when she first went in. So typically you don't see as big of a change that you do in these sort of situations. Obviously, being in jail, being incarcerated for this long changes your health regimen tremendously. Some people, it actually gets better. For most people, it obviously is going to get worse while you're not going to be intaking the food that you typically do. And obviously for her, the alcohol and everything else that she was intaking beforehand. You also talk about exercise regimens that you don't necessarily have. So she has had a big shift. You typically don't see the shift that she has had with most individuals.
Got it. Gene Nichols with the Nichols and Pina Law Firm in Jacksonville, Florida. Gene, thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely, Scott. Happy to be here.
So I want to thank Gene for coming on the show with us to talk a little about what we can expect today. So right now the court is in recess. We are going to take a break for now and come back as soon as Hey there, welcome back. I am your host, Scott Johnson. You are watching continuing coverage for a live episode of our podcast, Going Ringside, which you are watching right now. If you're not familiar with Going Ringside, of course, we focus on the world of pro wrestling, pro fighting, things of that nature. And today, it is all about the criminal sentencing of Tammy Sytch. Tammy Sytch, better known in the 1990s to the world, really, as Sunny, when she was with the World Wrestling Federation back in the mid-1990s. Court is going to be in session in about 7 minutes. They're going to restart court down in Volusia County in the Daytona area at 12:45, and we will immediately go back to court once they start up again here in about 7 minutes. But I want to kind of talk about who this woman on your screen was and is. If you know her, you know her story. If you don't, I want to catch you up. Tammy Sytch was a woman who entered the world of professional wrestling in the early to mid-1990s with her boyfriend, Chris Candido. Chris Candido was a solid mid-card wrestler who had been around for years. And they had been dating in high school, and he brought her into this world, this new world of glamour and craziness, and in some instances back then, particularly drugs and alcohol. She started out in what was called Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Now, this is a small regional venue in the Smoky Mountains, and she was brought in as a manager or a valet, a beautiful young woman. She was in her early 20s. She was extremely young when she was brought in and started, but she was really good at it. She was good at getting the fans to hate her and boo her and put down the fans and just act evil toward them, which is part of the character. That's what you need to be good at, and if you are good at it, people take notice. And the World Wrestling Federation did. WWF, the global #1 brand in the world at that point, and still to this day, company in the wrestling world, noticed her and brought her in. Her and Chris Candido were brought in under the name Skip and Sunny. They were called the Body Donnas. They were a team of professional trainers they would go out and insult the fans and call them fat and be mean to everyone, and that's what she was good at. She was good at getting people to hate her. That was what Tammy Sytch was gifted at. She was very gifted at it, and she went beyond becoming a manager. World Wrestling Federation could not put her on camera enough because their target audience, she's a young, beautiful woman, was young males. That was their target demographic. So Tammy Sytch was put on announcing, she's put on magazine covers, she's put on video covers, she's put everywhere. And in 1996, kind of at the peak of her celebrity, when we were in the infancy of the internet, and you had America Online. AOL was the top internet provider of the era. And they talked about the most downloaded woman on the internet. Your options were Pamela Anderson, Carmen Electra, Cindy Margolis. Tammy Sytch actually beat all of them. She was a very highly sought after talent, image and face to put out there on your product placement, wherever you could. She was at the peak of her celebrity in the mid-1990s. But there was a problem with Tammy Sytch, the person. In private. Drugs, alcohol were starting to consume her life, and she was starting to have personal problems. She has talked at length that while she had been dating Chris Candido about having a relationship, that she has talked at length about publicly with Shawn Michaels, the most popular wrestler in the mid-1990s at the time. She was involved in a lot of backstage drama, as they say, and eventually, after a few years, by 1998, Tammy Sytch started missing appearances, started missing dates, and eventually she was fired by the World Wrestling Federation and let go. She bounced around to other national organizations. ECW, Extreme Championship Wrestling, was another national organization. She was still a very prized commodity at that point as far as celebrity goes in that world, and put on TV a lot then, under a different name. Sunny was copyrighted and trademarked by WWF, so she could not use that, and she used some form of her real name, Tammy Sytch. She went there, and then by the late 90s, she went to World Championship Wrestling, still a big national product. But that company folded in 2001, and by that time, her national prominence was essentially at an end. She would continue to do territorial and independent promotions with her past celebrity, but her weekly mainstream celebrity status had come to a close. She was eventually inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame years later, but that was really a one-off. And this is when Tammy Sytch's life really started to fall apart. Drugs and alcohol took hold, and she was consumed with that in her life. And eventually, by the early 2010s, is when she really started to get part of the criminal justice system. DUI after DUI after DUI, jail stay after jail stay after jail stay. She couldn't keep herself sober, she couldn't keep herself clean. Until that fateful day in May of last year, in May of 22, when Tammy Sytch was behind the wheel and intoxicated. And she took the wheel with blood alcohol limit about 3 times the legal limit and took the life of 75-year-old Julian Lassiter in the town of Ormond Beach, which is about 90 minutes east of Orlando out on the coast. I want to read you this excerpt from her arrest report. Kind of shows you her state of mind as she lied to investigators, saying she didn't remember hitting anyone. Detective Garcia of the Ormond Beach Police Department responded to Halifax Hospital on March 26, 22, rather it was March of 22, excuse me, not May, at around 1 in the afternoon, where he contacted Sytch. Detective Garcia observed Sytch to be, quote, alert and coherent and had a generally accurate understanding of the day and time. Detective Garcia read Sytch her Miranda warnings from a prepared text that was provided by the state attorney's office. Sytch advised that she understood her rights and agreed to participate in an interview. Sytch reported that she was unaware that she was involved in a crash. She advised that she remembered making leftover burritos in her kitchen around dinner time and that she drank some vodka but could not recall how much. Sytch commented that vodka was her, quote, go-to. Sytch advised that she left her house and went to Wawa for gas and then possibly to a 7-Eleven store on the beach side in search of diet iced tea, but could not recollect any other details. It goes on to say that she continued lying to investigators. Really an indication of where she was at this point in her life. Dealt with police. This was not her first time, with police. She had dealt with them a lot, and then when she took someone's life, it took someone whose life had really gone downhill, and she was a cycle of the criminal justice system, to someone who had killed a person. So in August of this year, Tammy Sytch was slated to go to trial, but she decided to forego the trial and go straight to sentencing, pleading no contest. And that is where we are here today. So far this morning, we have heard from 2 experts on criminal psychology and addiction, things of that nature. They testified at length about that she had issues with abuse in her past, alcohol. She has extreme mood swings, that she can be manic and bipolar, that she's had a considerable amount of injuries from her time in the wrestling world, torn quad, hurt knees, concussions, but she never had medical insurance. She started medicating herself with drugs and alcohol, and they even talked about whether she has borderline personality disorder. She has difficulty being alone. She found out other wrestlers she was involved with and romantically had been unfaithful. Just talking at depth about her downward spiral going into March of 22 when she took the life of Julian Lassiter. So the question is does that impact the judge? Tammy Sytch could face 26 years in prison. That is the maximum she is facing at this point. What her attorneys are trying to do is trying to mitigate that and get a lesser sentence for her. We had Gene Nichols on with us. He's a criminal defense lawyer based out of Jacksonville earlier, and he told us that they don't have bail, or rather, excuse me, they don't have parole in Florida anymore. So she will guarantee serve 85% of her sentence. She may get it cut off after she serves 85%, but 85% of 26 years is more than 20 years. So it's very possible she could be spending decades behind bars well into her latter years. We will have to see. We'll have to see what comes after lunch. We do not know at this point if Tammy Sytch will testify in her own defense. I asked Gene about that. We did not see it on her witness list, but that doesn't mean she won't. Gene says it really depends on what kind of witness she is. She obviously knows how to perform from her time in the ring, but a judge sees through that. If she does not and cannot go on the stand and show general remorse for what she's done, it won't serve her well to testify. We also expect Lassiter's family, who has sued Sytch in a wrongful death suit, in that case is ongoing. Lassiter his family likely will have victim impact statements from his family. And that's often how it goes. In many of these sentencing, and I've covered many for decades, they bring in the scientific witnesses, the medical experts, the psychiatric experts, and then they bring in the families of the victim. The real question is if Tammy Sytch decides to take the stand for herself. To my director, I want to keep an eye on court. It's supposed to restart at 12:45. We're at 12:47 right now, so we're expecting court should be up any minute now, so we will keep an eye on it. I'm looking to my coworkers around our studio right now to see if they've seen anything from our court feed, so we're continuing to monitor that. But this is a watershed moment in her life, and I'm still getting word that we have still not heard from Sytch. So to my director, I'd like to bring up our Gene Nichols interview again as we wait on court, which should be any minute, and we'll cut out of Gene if we need to, but to talk about what we can expect today going into court, which we expect to resume very shortly, any minute now. But for now, I want to go back to Gene, our criminal defense expert, about what we can expect in court today. And if court starts, we'll immediately come out of it and go straight to court. Let's go to Gene Nichols. Well, we're joined now by Gene Nichols, the criminal defense attorney here in Jacksonville, Florida, where I'm based out of. And Gene's dealt with a lot of DUI cases before. That's one of the things he's dealt with a lot of. Gene, thanks for joining us today.
I'm happy to be here, Scott.
Gene, talk to me about this case. So this is a sentencing. Tammy Sytch has pleaded essentially no contest, and she didn't go through a trial. Talk to me about that and why she would have done that, kind of what that implies in this case.
Scott, in so many of these situations, especially where you have a victim, you have victim's family, you have so many people who are involved, you have to work with your clients in order to try and make the best decision. And sometimes, and a lot of times, going to a jury trial, having a jury decide your fate can be incredibly detrimental to your case, especially from a sentencing standpoint. No judge is going to tax somebody for going to trial. You have a constitutional right to go to trial, but there are times when, if you're going to seek to try and get a lesser sentence, you don't want to go all the way to a trial, especially if you believe that, factually speaking, you're going to get convicted. If the state has the evidence against you, then you need to make the decision to say, okay, I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to put the victim's family through a trial. And in a death case, in a manslaughter case, such as this one, not putting the victim's family through the trial can be an argument that will be made in order to try and lessen the sentence. So from what I've seen from this evidence, the evidence was incredibly stacked up against her. So not forcing the state nor the family to have to go through a trial was a good decision on her part.
So talk to me about what we can expect today in this sentencing. What happens? Is this a pretty quick thing, or can they drag out?
So a lot of it's going to depend upon what the defense has to present. What we know is, prior to today, the defense has listed 2 expert witnesses, both of them forensic psychologists, one of them who's local in the state of Florida and has testified in the courtroom where she is on multiple occasions. They've also listed another forensic psychologist out of Texas. I anticipate one, if not both, to testify. And what we can expect from any of that expert testimony is to talk a lot about not only her mental health. She has had multiple diagnoses over the years and is currently treating right now, I understand, for depression. There's going to be discussions as well about sobriety and the alcohol use abuse, drug alcohol use abuse that she has had her entire life.
Well, let me talk about that. So in the last 10 years, she's been convicted multiple times in other states, mostly in the Northeast, I think. Other DUIs, she's had stays, she's been incarcerated, I think, on more than one occasion. Is that going to come into play here in the sentencing?
On both sides. So the defense is going to try and argue to show, listen, she's had an incredibly rough road her entire life. The combination of drug and alcohol addiction, dependence, involving mental health, you'll see it from that perspective. And then you'll also see the defense argue, look, she has been incarcerated now for an extended period of time. She's sober, she's clean, she is treating as best as she possibly can. So let's mitigate. On the state side, just what you said, the state is going to harp on the fact that she has never gotten better. She has had opportunities. She's been punished by multiple judges in multiple states over the years for alcohol and drug-related offenses. And we still got to this point today. So yes, her past is going to come up. Defense arguing that it's because of mental health and it's because of addictions that she's been unable to control. State arguing tough. She's had her opportunities. She has done this so many times. She needs to be punished, not because of what's happened in the past, but don't accept what the defense has to say because we've been down this road before with this person.
Did you see any other people testifying, or can we only just expect the forensic or the mental health counselors?
They're the only ones I would expect to testify. The defendant should testify. She should get up on the stand. She should talk about who she is. She should try to personalize herself to a certain extent to the judge. And she's also going to want to show remorse. If she does not get up on the stand and show a tremendous amount of remorse and real remorse, and judges see it and hear it all of the time. While a layperson may not get that opportunity to see it, judges see it. And the judge in this case is going to be well aware of whether or not she is truly remorseful or not. And so it will be a defense decision.
Do you suspect the victim's family will testify?
Absolutely. I expect the state to put on not only probably the arresting officer, to put the evidence on like it's a mini trial to establish. If I am the state, I am absolutely putting on the medical providers who got the blood draw in this case and the level of the blood draw. And then, yes, I absolutely expect that we'll hear from family members from the state.
So essentially, in some respects, she does get her trial. It's just at sentencing.
She really does.
Of things we'd see in the trial, we'll see here.
Yes, you can expect a minimized version of the trial from the state standpoint in order to show the judge what happened, and in order to show the judge that her blood alcohol content was through the roof. And so it's not, if I'm the government in this case, I'm not just walking in with a piece of paper and telling the judge, you know, her blood alcohol level was XYZ. I'm going to put the witness on the stand, or I'm going to at least put the police officer on the stand and explain what happened. And then finally put the family of the victim up there to give their impact statements, which are always incredibly persuasive in any sentencing hearing.
So I want to get your thoughts of the fact that she's a celebrity in some fashion. She's somewhat of a celebrity, somewhat known. There's going to be interest in segments of the population around the country on this trial. Do you see that impacting the judge's decision? And we're going to cut away from Gene right now. And I want to thank Gene again for helping us learn more about this case, because court is back in session now. We're working to get that stream reestablished. Let's go back to it.
That positive feedback loop. If someone's trying to get sober and maintain sobriety, you don't want them getting manic where their judgment is awry. You don't want them getting depressed where they're so miserable they say, I might as well drink, it doesn't matter anymore. They're in such despair and such misery. So the idea is not only to stabilize their mood state, but to try to eliminate one of the triggers, a key trigger, to a relapse of substance use.
Can proper treatment of her mental health issues have a positive effect on her ability to stay sober?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Those are all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, Cross.
And Ms. Schwartz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Danziger.
First question I asked.
Dr. Danziger, I think you testified on direct previously that your overall impression of this defendant was that she was misdiagnosed with, or she was, would say she's now been correctly diagnosed with bipolar disorder, correct?
Well, I've given that diagnosis. I'm not a treating physician to her, of course. I'm here in a forensic capacity.
And being here in a forensic capacity, that essentially, in layman's terms, means that you were paid by the defense to evaluate her for purposes of this criminal proceeding, correct?
Well, yes, I received payment for being here. I was asked by the defense in this case to give my opinion.
And the first date that you actually met with the defendant was in August of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the only date that you met with the defendant in this case?
Correct.
And how long did your session with the defendant go on that day?
I didn't record the time, but it was lengthy. I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm not sure of the exact time.
So You heard Dr. Fabian's testimony, correct?
I did.
And Dr. Fabian had testified that essentially this history with the defendant, alcohol abuse, seizures, the somatic symptom disorder, that all of these issues had gone on quite some years back, correct?
Yes, it's likely these have been chronic issues.
Okay. And when you say likely that they have been chronic issues, you don't actually know that for a fact. You only know what she's reported, correct?
Well, of course, I'm giving opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, more likely than not, but the history of multiple efforts at rehabilitation, previous efforts at treatment, all of that is suggestive of someone who's been struggling for a long time.
Okay. But again, that's based upon her self-reporting, correct?
Based upon self-report, certainly we know about prior issues with the law and her alcohol use, which go back quite a few years, suggesting the problem's been there for a while. But yes, in psychiatry, much of what we rely on is self-report. But in this case, what we also have is, and I think I said I mentioned it under rent, that Dr. Fabian conducted psychological testing, including the PAI, and those tests were not suggestive of symptom exaggeration, not suggestive of feigning of symptoms, and generated valid profiles. So that is more suggestive of someone reporting symptoms accurately.
So when she stated on a daily basis that she drank 7 to 9 drinks a day, she wasn't exaggerating? That's what you're telling this court?
Well, I wasn't there to see it. I certainly didn't serve her. But is that plausible, given a history of someone who's been in rehab 5 times, multiple DUIs, pancreatitis, pancreatic pseudocyst? It's certainly consistent with it, and it's reasonable for me to reach that opinion, but of course, I was not there to see her.
And then in order to assess this information and to get this type of information, you gave the defendant in this case your questionnaires, correct? That you testified to in direct, a mood disorder questionnaire, and then the alcohol use disorders identification test, correct?
Yes, we call it the MDQ and the audit.
Okay.
These are screening tools that we use that are helpful.
Well, you say screening tool, it says questionnaire, so either way it's a self-reported test, right?
Yes, it's self-report, and I would call it a screening tool because you can do it quickly, it's inexpensive, and it lets you know is further assessment indicated. They're very helpful tools we use in both clinical and forensic practice.
Well, I mean, these are just tests that have answers that suggest whether the categories of never, monthly or less, 2 to 4 times a month, 2 to 3 times a week, 4 or more times a week. To the question, how often do you have a drink containing alcohol, correct?
Yes, and again, in this case, since she was incarcerated now and not having any access to alcoholic beverages, I used it on the year March of 2022, going backward 12 months. That's what I asked her self-report on.
And now, this defendant, when you came to see her in the jail, she knew why you were there, correct?
Well, of course, and I don't know what her lawyer told her, but I, of course, explained my purpose for being there, why I was there, and the limits of confidentiality. Of course I did.
Okay. You told her you were there to help her, right?
No, I said I was there to do an evaluation at the request of her attorney, and I had no idea whether my opinions would be helpful or not. I did not know, because I had not met her. What I likely explained was that whatever we discussed would go to her attorney. It would not go past her attorney unless she and her attorney thought it was helpful for her. But whether...
And let me stop you there. Unless it was helpful? Explain that.
Unless she and her attorneys determined it was useful for her.
So when she gave you the right answers, you decided to come here and testify to what these nice little tests said, right? Is that basically
the
gist of it?
And I'm not sure how to respond to that question. It's a little off kilter. No, I'm a forensic psychiatrist. I evaluated her, I gave opinions with the understanding that those opinions might or might not be helpful for her attorneys. Her attorneys would then decide, if you're speaking with her, whether they would want me to testify. They chose to have me appear. Period.
Okay, so this was based upon your evaluation of her on August 11th of 2003 at the Volusia Main Jail, correct?
That's quite correct.
And you said that you're a specialist in addiction psychiatry, correct?
Well, it's one of my board certifications. Yes, I've testified to that many times. I've been qualified to testify in circuit courts here in Daytona and throughout the state on this and similar issues.
And so as a result of your evaluation of this defendant, you determined that she was suffering from social impairment of her addiction, correct?
Well, I think that's rather obvious, but yes.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That's overstating the obvious a little bit, right?
No, I would agree that if one of I talked before on direct, there's 11 DSM-5 TR criteria for substance use disorders, several of which are in the category of social impairment. 3 of them are in that category, and yes, Ms. Sytch obviously has had social impairment as a consequence of her misuse of alcohol.
Okay. And so in her misuse of alcohol, as you put it, she wasn't functioning well in daily life, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Somewhat common for people who are alcoholics, would you say?
Well, people who are suffer from alcohol use disorders often have a panoply, a host of problems, yes.
Okay, and she's also sort of falls into the risky use category, I think as you described it, that someone, for example, like her, who had pancreatitis and yet she continued to drink?
Well, certainly the reason we're here today is for risky use, of course. And again, if you have a history of pancreatitis, which is incredibly painful, and you keep drinking on it, or if you have high blood pressure and diabetes and you keep drinking, that place you at serious medical risk. So there's drinking in spite of medical issues, likely to be worse than the alcohol, as well as the alcohol use was doing no good for her mood disorder. So she clearly met criteria under both sections of risky use.
So her alcohol use, or alcohol abuse, if you will, seemed to go hand in hand with exacerbating and making her mood disorders worse, essentially.
As I said, there's that positive feedback. It's a downward spiral. Your mood's worse, you drink to self-medicate, it makes your psychiatric symptoms worse, so you use more substances. It's a downward spiral of positive feedback.
And in that loop, then, those two sort of diagnoses and afflictions, if you will, are essentially inseparable, correct?
No, we diagnose them separately. So they are linked and they exacerbate each other, but still in our diagnostic scheme, and this is our nosology and classification, we give different diagnoses. It's not a mishmash combined thing. So that's why we do the dual diagnosis, that someone can have a psychiatric disorder and a substance use disorder, and they're separate, but they can impact each other. I'll give an example medically. If you have diabetes and high blood pressure, they're separate illnesses, but working together, they can damage the arteries of your heart and give you a heart attack. So you can have separate illnesses that worsen each other and lead to greater consequences together.
So, and there was a great example of two sort of simultaneous illnesses, if you will, but mental illness, as you're saying that she has, as it relates to bipolar disorder, typically manifests itself around the age of 18 years of age, doesn't it?
Not always. Typically, according to the DSM, it's rare to occur spontaneously after age 45. It can occur in the 20s and 30s, but remember what I've said before, there's often, and this is no compliment to my field of psychiatry, literature shows there's often a 10-year lag between the first time someone appears for a mental health evaluation and the diagnosis of bipolar is made. So many people may not be diagnosed till much later when the symptoms in retrospect were present.
And so you're saying, or testifying for this court today, that then her self-medication with alcohol exacerbated her symptoms of her bipolar disorder.
Yes, and then her improperly and untreated bipolar disorder contributed to the worsening of her substance use. It goes in both directions, in my opinion.
And you also, while you noted that there can be a genetic component to sort of alcohol abuse, you also testified on direct, correct, that it is a heightened risk, but not determinative of someone to then develop alcohol abuse.
There's very few disorders that are purely genetic. Phenylketonuria would be an example. It's a rare metabolic disorder. But with things like diabetes, high blood pressure, bipolar disorder, the more relatives you have with it, the closer they are related to you, the greater your risk. So we look at risk factors for developing illness. And if you've got a lot of alcoholics in your family, it should make you cautious about your drinking because you are at heightened risk compared to the general public.
You said it should make you cautious about drinking?
Well, I have a number of patients of mine who said, my father is alcoholic, my mother is alcoholic, my two brothers are alcoholic. I never want to take a drink because I'm afraid. And I tell them maybe that's not bad advice. So it puts you at
what Ms. Sytch told you, though.
I'm sorry?
Clearly, Ms. Sytch didn't take that advice, correct?
No, she did not.
So in talking about the treatment here, you have testified that you recommend that it be a dual diagnosis program, correct?
Yes.
That you cannot be effective in treating this defendant without treating her bipolar disorder and her alcohol abuse, correct?
That's correct. Efforts without addressing both, the chance of success is less.
And during your evaluation of her in August of 2023, she conveyed to you that she was amenable to getting treatment.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, she did.
She was amenable, certainly knowing that she was potentially facing several years in state prison, correct?
Well, I understand it's more than several, but yes.
So your plan for treatment would be, number one, a mood stabilizer, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned drugs such as lithium is one of them, correct?
Well, lithium, Depakote, some of the atypical antipsychotic agents. It depends what's on the formulary, what's available, and what she best tolerates. Given her recent weight gain and diabetes, I'd be cautious to use medications unlikely to further heighten her weight gain, which could have negative consequences with diabetes and high blood pressure.
Okay, well, you've diagnosed her with bipolar disorder. Now, after visiting with her for an hour and a half on August 11th of 2023, what's the medication that you were prescribed as a mood stabilizer?
Assuming there were no issues with cost or availability, I might use a medication such as Latuda, Latuda, or Vraylar, Vrylar, because they are effective against the depressive side of bipolar disorder, and they are less likely to cause weight gain, increased cholesterol, or increased blood sugar. So now I'm saying this is independent of the cost of the medications or the availability, so you're asking me in a perfect world what I do.
Okay. Well, you have significant experience with working with the Department of Corrections, correct?
I've never been a DOC doctor. I've never worked in one of the prisons. I've been inside 12 of them to evaluate people, but I've not been a physician at one of those facilities. I have been for a couple of years at the jail in Seminole County, but it's been a while.
Well, would it be fair to say that you are familiar with the medications that are available to inmates while they are in the custody of the Department of Corrections?
Yes, typically they involve generics or medications that are less expensive. And if a medication is not on the formulary, there may be a mechanism to request it if there's a good reason that other alternatives have failed or are not suitable.
Well, I mean, we're talking about in the jail setting, but the truth is, doctor, I mean, I don't know about you, but for most people, if they are prescribed a medication, outside of like this particular incident, if there is a generic version available of a medication, most pharmacies dispense a generic medication unless it's otherwise prescribed that it must be the brand new medicine. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's true, but not, and in fact, most times when medications go generic after the patent has expired, it's very difficult to get the brand name. The medications that I referenced are still under patent and have not gone generic. Now, what is plausible and something that has gone generic and may well be on DOC formulary, I don't have it in front of me. There's a medication called Abilify. Its generic name is aripiprazole. That's a mouthful, but it is less likely to cause weight gain, less likely to heighten blood sugar and cholesterol, which would be a good choice. Another option that's also gone generic is Geodon. The generic for that is Prazodone, and there's probably a greater likelihood that would be available on a DOC formulary because they've gone generic and they're much less expensive.
Now, while I can appreciate that as a doctor you don't want to cause adverse effects or unwanted side effects from any particular medication, but the fact of the matter is, even if it caused a little bit of weight gain, she could still take lithium as a mood stabilizer, couldn't she?
Oh, she could take lithium, and lithium would be fine.
And lithium would be available in the Department of Corrections, wouldn't it?
Likely. Again, I don't have their formulary in front of me. Lithium.
Hello, I am Scott Johnson, host of the Going Ringside podcast, and you are continuing to watch ongoing coverage of the sentencing hearing for Tammy Sytch. You knew her better in the 1990s as Sunny. We are listening to the second medical health expert talk about her diagnoses with both bipolar disorder and alcohol abuse. He is being cross-examined right now by the state attorney down there to try and determine what her sentence should be. She could face a maximum of 26 years in prison if convicted for the maximum. She will face something. She's already pleaded no contest in August. So we are standing by. You can see her there. She's in the orange jumpsuit that is what inmates usually wear in court, and she is there after having a considerable weight gain since she's been incarcerated over the last year and a half or so, since killing a man named Julian Lassiter in March of 2022 in Ormond Beach, Florida, in the same county where this court proceeding is happening now. We've only had two witnesses. It's lasted all morning and now into the afternoon. This the second mental health expert who has interviewed her, who is offering some sort of diagnosis for treatment, and defense really are putting them out there to mitigate her sentence so she doesn't get the maximum. She already knows she's going to prison. The question is how long. She's about 51 years old, so she would be into her 70s if she has received the maximum punishment. So we're going to return to court, but right now, just an update. You're watching live coverage of the Going Ringside podcast. I'm your host, Scott Johnson, as we monitor the sentencing hearing for Tammy Sytch, better known to wrestling fans as Sunny, from her stint with the WWF back in the 1990s. We are hearing from one of defense's witnesses, which is a psychiatrist, talk about her issues with substance abuse, namely alcohol abuse and bipolar disorder, and we are watching where it goes from here. The big question we're going to monitor this afternoon is if she testifies and takes the stand herself to testify on her own behalf. We will continue to watch. Let's listen in again on what's going on in court.
But in your opinion, doctor, there must be a combination therapy of treatment for bipolar disorder and her substance abuse disorder, correct?
Well, and I'd answer that by saying if that treatment had been in the past, I might not be here today. But going forward, she's going to get better.
So the key at the outset is stabilizing the bipolar disorder.
Correct.
And she could do that with lithium, correct? In state prison.
Lithium, if it works, lithium doesn't work for everybody, and some people can't tolerate the side effects, but lithium is a good first-line agent. I agree with that.
All right, redirect.
You were just asked, doctor, about what the corrections department offers as far as medications. Does the Florida State Prison offer cognitive behavioral therapy as far as you know?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that they have mental health specialists there, but whether they actually do cognitive behavioral therapy or the techniques they use, I'm not familiar.
All right. And Ms. Sytch is in need of more intensive therapy sessions, as you've described earlier. Is that right?
And again, I would agree with the testimony that Dr. Fabian gave about the need for trauma-related therapy. It's evidence-based, such as EMDR or prolonged exposure theory or cognitive processing theory for the trauma-related issues, which would also lead into treatment for the depressive symptoms. So it would require several prongs of approach.
The solution for Tammy is not just medication-based.
Oh, correct. I, in my opinion, look, I'm a psychiatrist. I prescribe medicines. And in my opinion, she needs the mood stabilizing medication, but that alone will not be sufficient for her, in my opinion.
All right, you were also asked about the work you do in a forensic setting. You evaluate many defendants in the course of your work, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned earlier that you do that both for the defense and for the state, right?
Yes, over my career, I've testified with opinions that favored both.
And it's not always the case that you can help, right?
Well, there's certainly many times where I'll evaluate someone and say they are competent, disappointing their attorney, or they're not insane, or somebody might be malingering and feigning. So there's many times where my opinion has not been what the defense attorney might have hoped for. Similarly, there's times I've been retained by the state and said this person has genuine mental illness, and I do believe they're insane or worthy of some degree of mitigation. So I do my best to have my opinions fall where they may, and that may or may not help the legal theory of the attorney retaining me.
So you frequently are hired, but you don't always testify, is that right?
Well, in many cases, people stipulate, people agree somebody's competent or incompetent, or they are or are not insane. And other times, lawyers say, don't do a report, I'm not going to use you as a witness. Okay, fine.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I have.
All right, any further cross? No, Your Honor. All right, I have one final question.
Yes, Your Honor.
You had referenced previous treatments. Are you aware of how many times she's previously gotten treatment for a mental health disorder?
I'm not.
Are you aware of the earliest date that she would have gotten treatment?
What she told me, and this is again based on her self-report, I think her first time in a residential rehab was about 2011 in Hazelton, Minnesota. As far as other treatment, psychiatric medications, I'm not aware of anything before 2014.
When you're talking about the 2011 rehab, you're referring to rehabilitation of the substance abuse issue, though?
Correct.
In regard to the mental health aspect, is the earliest 2014 then?
The earliest we know in documentation for is 2014, which references she's been on the antidepressant Celexa. I don't know when that started or exactly.
All right, thank you. I don't know if the attorneys have followed, so, Mr. Avalone, any follow-up on that?
No, Judge.
All right, Dave? No. All right, is witness excused at this point then?
Yes.
Any objection from the state? No. All right, thank you, Dr. Diaz. All right, does the defense have any other witnesses?
Judge, the defense had intended to call one additional lay witness. However, we were informed this morning that she had received some threats, so she is no longer testifying.
So you're not requesting any court, help on with whatever issue?
Yeah.
All right, state, any witness?
Yes, ma'am. Stephen Cole Ryan, he's the student witness.
All right, Mr. Warner, please unmute yourself and turn your video camera on. This is somebody that we have that can be personally identified by anybody in the courtroom, or does he have ID?
I have worked with him before. He's a former FDLE analyst. He's moved out of state at this point.
Personally identified then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Move forward. Can you all see the screen well enough? Can everybody see it? You need me to move it this way a little bit?
It's
Yeah, go ahead and do that. And then if you just tilt it a little bit this way. Up where the 3 dots are. All right. You all see it now?
Yes.
All right. Sir, if you state you said you can identify this person as Ron.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you just raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
What time does that start at the state?
Good afternoon, Mr. Warner. Can you hear me okay from here?
1727. 47. Got a hot mic here.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm really not employed.
Where were you employed back in 2022?
I was employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And what was your role at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
When I left, I was a senior crime laboratory analyst assigned to the toxicology section, where I tested blood and or urine specimens for the presence of alcohol and or drugs, and testified to the meaning of those results.
How long were you a senior crime lab analyst at FDLE?
Approximately 16 years.
And can you tell the court a little bit about your training and experience?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensic science. And I received that from the Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina in December of 2005. In 2006, I was hired by FDLE, went through an 8-month full-time training program in the area of blood alcohol toxicology. And that's where I learned how to test blood samples for the presence or absence of alcohol and what the meaning of those results are. After I finished with that, I went through a 1-year full-time training program in the area of drug toxicology, and that's where I learned how to test blood and urine specimens for the presence or absence of drugs and testified to the meaning of those results.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 100 times.
And have you testified here in Volusia County?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I can't recall the exact number. I would say somewhere around a dozen.
And in each of those, have you been qualified to render an opinion regarding your testing at FDLE?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I tender the witness and his ability and training and experience to render an expert opinion in this case. Any objection?
Judge, we would object to the court recognizing him as an expert because that would be bolstering, but we don't have any objection.
In testimony?
No objection to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Warner, did the Florida Department of Law Enforcement receive a submission from the Ormond Beach Police Department in FDLE case number 2022-0504-117?
Yes.
And were you able to analyze a blood draw that you received in that particular case?
Yes, there was.
Was there ethyl alcohol located in the sample?
Yes, there was.
And were you able to determine a level of ethyl alcohol in that blood sample?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So when I did the testing, I did test in duplicate, and the results were a 0.280 grams of ethyl alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
Did you complete a separate analysis of the specimen for any controlled substances?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
So after the alcohol test was finished, I did a drug toxicology test of the blood specimens, and I received the result of 3 different drugs in the blood specimen: carboxy-THC, hydroxy-THC, and THC itself.
And can you tell the court what each of those substances are?
Yes. So THC is also known as dope-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, is the active component in marijuana. That is the drug that causes the effects that marijuana has. The other 2 substances that I found are metabolites or breakdown products that result
also asked to convert a medical blood result?
Yes.
Okay, and was that 372 milligrams per deciliter?
Yes, that is the number I was asked to convert.
And what does that convert to?
So, a medical blood test generally uses a different substance than what I test at FTLE. They use serum, and I use whole blood to do my testing. So, typically, the results of the serum test are higher than they would be compared to a whole blood test. So, from converting the 372 milligrams per deciliter from a serum sample to what it would be if it had been tested as whole blood testing, I received around 0.32 to 0.34 grams of ethyl alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
I don't have any additional questions at this time.
All right, Cross?
Mr. Warner, you did not review any medical records in this case?
No.
Okay. So the number that you just converted from the medical blood, that number was just given to you by the prosecutor?
That's correct.
So you have no way of knowing if that number is accurate or not?
I don't know where that number came from. I don't know if it's, the actual hospital test results. I don't know.
So all you're testifying to is the mathematical equation, not whether or not that information is accurate.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there were 3 different positive tests for substances. Those were THC and THC metabolites, correct?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that the active THC that you found in the sample would be unlikely to cause impairment?
Yes, actually, the level that I found was 1.0 nanograms per milliliter of blood, and that is a low volume or low number of the active component. And most people, I would say, would not be an impairing level.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Any regret? Just quickly, Judge.
Mr. Warner, how quickly does the active ingredient of THC metabolize in the body?
It is eliminated from the body relatively quickly, especially in individuals who don't consume it on a regular basis. So somebody who just smokes it one time and doesn't smoke it again, it would be gone within about 48 hours. However, somebody who consumes it on a regular basis and smokes it, for example, every day or on a regular basis, it could actually stay around a little bit longer than those 48 hours.
And are you saying 4 to 8?
Correct. 4 to 8 hours.
Okay, so if the blood in this particular case was drawn 4 hours after the crash, you would expect that that 1 nanogram would have been higher 4 hours earlier.
Yes, that is a fair assumption.
And at that point, the higher the number goes, is it the more likely that there's going to be impairing qualities on an individual?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, any recross? No, Your Honor. All right, is this witness excused, State?
He is, Judge.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warner. You are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Joseph Havner.
All right. In the courtroom or? Yeah.
please be careful of step?
And I'm Scott Johnson, the host of Going Ringside. You are watching continuing coverage of the live episode of the Going
afternoon.
Ringside podcast of
Could you
the
please
criminal
state your name?
sentencing of Tammy Sytch,
Mr. Howard,
aka
what city do you
Sunny.
live in?
We just heard from a FDLE expert with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement about her blood alcohol level, and now we're going to hear from another witness. Let's get back to it, to the hearing in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Okay. Does that mean you spent a lot of time in your car?
Yes.
Fair to say you're pretty familiar with Volusia County areas of Daytona, Ormond Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back on March 25th of 2022, what were you doing that night?
That night I was delivering Uber Eats.
Okay. Were you in the area of Wilmette and US 1 in Ormond Beach?
Yes.
What direction were you going and on what road?
I was on Wilmette, heading westbound towards US 1.
Okay, is that about 8:20 p.m. or so?
That's about correct, yes.
Now, is there ever a white Mercedes that night that draws your attention?
Yes, as I was approaching US 1, there were two vehicles ahead of me in the left turn lane. They proceeded to take the left turn, and they both had to stop as a white Mercedes entered the intersection through the red light.
Okay, so let me break that down. There is a red light as you're approaching,
Yes.
and you see a white Mercedes blow through the red light.
Correct.
Okay, and are there any cars that have to take evasive action because of that white Mercedes running a red light?
Yes, the two vehicles in the turn lane, the first vehicle had already entered the intersection and was in the process of turning. They had to slam on their brakes. The second vehicle behind them stopped also.
Fair to say there was almost a collision?
Yes.
How far is that intersection from the intersection of Granada and US 1 approximately?
I'd say half a mile, 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. After that near collision at Wilmette and US 1, do you see something else happen?
Yes, as I continued south on US 1 as I was heading back towards Daytona Beach, and at some point I saw a collision take place between the Mercedes and the vehicles in front of it.
And were you able to determine kind of an exact speed that that white Mercedes is going?
No, but it was traveling at a high rate of speed.
Okay, faster than the traffic around it?
Yes.
Do you eventually come up to that crash scene?
Yes.
And that white Mercedes involved in the crash is the same one you saw about half a mile earlier run a red light?
Yes, it is.
Did you call 911 after you saw the crash?
Yes.
Spoke with law enforcement?
Correct.
Wrote a statement, all that good stuff?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions at this time.
Any cross?
Mr. Havner, you don't have any formal training in accident reconstruction, right?
No.
And you testified on direct that the vehicle was traveling faster than the other vehicles around it?
No, I was traveling at a high rate of speed.
High rate of speed. But you could not say if that vehicle was traveling in excess of the speed limit, could you?
I couldn't definitively know.
I don't have any other questions.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused then?
He is, Judge.
All right, any objection?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You are excused. Okay, call your next.
State would call Officer Taylor.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name?
Richard Lee Taylor Jr.
And Officer Taylor, where are you currently employed?
Winter Beach, County Beach Police.
How long have you been with the Ormond Beach Police Department?
Since October 1st of 2018.
And what is your current assignment?
I am a motor officer in the Ormond Beach Police Department's traffic.
Is that the same assignment you had back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Could you please tell the court a little bit about your training and experience?
A lot of my training is geared toward traffic enforcement, speed measurement, pedestrian, bicycle, regulation enforcement, basic at-scene crash investigations, crash investigation force, as well as since being with the motor unit, have investigated over 500 crashes, ranging from minor parking lot fender benders all the way to traffic homicides.
Tell us about the schools that you've gone to in reference to traffic homicide investigations.
They are generally 2-week-long courses, 8 to 5 p.m. They go into markings on roadways, damage to vehicles, scene investigation, stuff like that.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator in the crash that occurred on March 25th of 2022 in the 100 block of North Young Street?
Yes.
Okay. What time did that crash occur?
At approximately 8:26 p.m.
And what is your role as the lead investigator on a traffic homicide?
I have a multitude of roles, processing the scene, photographing the scene, collecting information, as well as compiling all the information obtained at the scene from myself and other officers.
So is it fair to say that you don't do every single step of the investigation?
No.
Okay. Is your role more of compiling all of the information? Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
In this particular case, was there a search warrant that was obtained that night, early morning of the night of the 25th and the early morning of the 26th for the defendant Tammy Sunny Sytch's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And who executed that search warrant?
We had assistance from the Daytona Beach Police Department, detectives Toledo and Hotel.
And why did the Daytona Beach Police Department have to get involved?
Because she wasn't in our jurisdiction when the blood was collected.
Okay, where was she?
At Halifax Medical Center in Daytona Beach.
So what time is it that the Daytona Beach Police Department actually execute that search warrant for her blood draw?
Approximately 20 hours a.m., approximately 4 hours after the crash.
Okay. Now, that early morning or the next day, does anyone from the Ormond Beach Police Department go to Halifax and speak with the defendant?
Detective Garcia responded on the 26th, approximately 12:55 a.m.
And did Detective Garcia read the defendant her Miranda rights?
Yes.
And did she agree to speak to Detective Garcia?
Yes.
What did she tell Detective Garcia?
The defendant told Detective Garcia that she was unaware that she had been involved in a crash. That the last thing she remembered, she was making leftover burritos in her kitchen around dinner time, drinking vodka, stating that it was her go-to.
Was she able to tell Detective Garcia how much vodka she drank?
No.
Did she tell him anything about remembering leaving the house?
The defendant told Detective Garcia that she went to Wawa for gas, and then possibly 7-Eleven on Beachside in search of diet iced tea.
Was there also a search warrant that was executed for the defendant's medical records from that night from Halifax Hospital?
Yes.
And were you able to review those records?
Yes.
When was the blood drawn from the defendant?
At approximately 9:20 p.m., approximately an hour after the crash.
Okay. And according to the records, what was the result of that alcohol test?
The alcohol test resulted in a reading of 372 milligrams per deciliter.
Was there also a search warrant that was obtained to search the white Mercedes?
Yes.
Was there anything consistent with the defendant's statements to Detective Garcia that was located inside of the vehicle?
Inside the passenger compartment, passenger side door, was an unsealed bottle of Grey Goose vodka.
So an open bottle of Grey Goose vodka with liquid inside. Did you take photos of the vehicles and the crime scene?
Yes.
Everybody, please make sure your phones are off.
Yes.
How do you recognize
Took them.
them? What are they photographs of?
The crash the night of the incident.
Is there an accurate depiction of the crash the night of the incident?
Yes.
Are there also photographs of the defendant's vehicle inside showing that Grey Goose bottle that you just testified to?
Yes.
And in these photos, there's 3 vehicles depicted. Can you talk before about those 3 vehicles?
The white Mercedes sustained disabling damage to its front end. The black Kia sustained severe damage to its rear end and its front end. The black Yukon sustained damage to its passenger side rear.
Judge, at this time, the state would move into evidence what's been pre-marked for identification. States there is a composite. States 1. Any objection? Without objection. All right, that'll come in as States 1.
And just for clarity, pursuant to your investigation, whose vehicle was the white Mercedes?
Defendant.
Okay. And what about the black Kia?
The black Kia was traveling in the 100 block of North Young Street when it was struck from behind by a white Mercedes driven by the defendant. The black Kia, which was operated by Mr. Lassiter, then struck the GMC in front of it, the GMC Yukon. A short time later, Mr. Lassiter succumbed to his injuries that he sustained in the crash.
So the black Kia is what Mr. Lassiter was in?
Correct.
And there were other occupants in the black Yukon?
No.
Were you and other officers able to speak with witnesses that actually saw the crash?
Yes.
Okay. Did they indicate how the crash occurred?
The witnesses were all fairly consistent that the rear end collision occurred. The black GMC Yukon was stopped and it was struck from behind. Another witness observed the white Mercedes running a red light at the intersection of US 1 and North.
Did that appear to be consistent with the physical evidence that you saw on scene?
Yes.
And just for clarity, you're not trained in crash reconstruction, correct? Okay. So this is based on the witnesses' statements and then the damage that you saw to the vehicles.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions at this time. All right. Mr. Kroll?
You were the lead traffic homicide investigator in this case. And at the time that you investigated this case, this was only your second ever DUI manslaughter investigation.
First.
This was your first. And you do not have any training in mechanical engineering. You do not have any experience in mechanical engineering. You do not have any college degrees. And your training to become a traffic homicide investigator, that consisted of attending 2 courses, correct? And that was the basic at-scene crash investigation. And that was the advanced crash scene investigation. And you processed the scene yourself in this case?
Myself and another officer did.
And you did not have any crime scene technicians out there with you?
No.
You did not call for any crime scene technicians to assist you?
No.
And this particular intersection, there are frequent crashes that occur there, correct?
Yes.
And that's because citizens can't drive.
Yes.
And there are usually crashes there because motorists aren't paying attention, correct?
Correct.
And you often see a lot of rear-end style collisions at this intersection, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was debris on the scene, right?
Yes.
And that included pieces of taillight.
Yes.
It included pieces of glass.
Yes.
And those items were all pretty much swept into a pile and kept together, correct?
Yes.
And you don't recall if they talked to you about taking those items into evidence in traffic school, do you?
No.
And you did see tire marks on the scene, correct?
Saw a mark.
You were not able to ascertain if that mark came from the accident.
Correct.
You did not measure the mark?
No, I did not.
Okay. You did not see any marks that helped tell you how the accident happened. Okay. You did not see any marks that helped tell you how fast the vehicles were going. And so I'd like to talk about cameras at the intersections. At the time of the crash, you weren't aware whether there were cameras at that intersection, correct?
Correct.
You didn't check with anyone to see if there was a camera at that intersection that recorded the crash?
I checked the surrounding businesses after I got back from training.
But as far as a traffic camera at the light, you did not check with anyone to see if that recorded that accident. And likewise, you didn't check to see if the traffic camera at the intersection where it was alleged that a red light was run, you didn't check to see if that had been captured either.
No.
And in this case, you did not find any gouge marks on the roadway.
Correct.
And gouge marks typically occur when you have a lower vehicle impacting a higher vehicle.
Correct.
And that's what you indicated happened in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that there are no gouge marks would lead you to believe that the black Kia was not completely stationary, correct?
Correct.
And you refer in your report to Vehicle 1. Vehicle 1 was the Mercedes, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot say how fast the Mercedes was traveling, correct?
That is correct.
And you cannot say whether Vehicle 2, the black Kia, was stationary or moving, correct?
Correct.
And you did not engage in any kind of crime scene reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And that's because that's a class that you have not taken yet, correct?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, State, redirect. Was there an EDR available for the white Mercedes?
No.
Was there EDR available for the black Kia?
Yes.
And was that downloaded by the Florida Highway Patrol?
Yes.
And were you informed of the results of that download?
If I remember correctly, I was advised by FHP that the EDR had recorded a previous download. I am not certified and or trained to extract event data recorder information or analyze it. So I can go no further.
Were you made aware that a half second before the crash that the brakes were applied on the black Kia?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, any further cross? State, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge. He's also free to remain.
All right, any objections? Do you have any excuse for the subpoena? No objection. State, any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge. There are two family members that want to speak. And then Judge, just for purposes of the record, I do have two exhibits that are stipulated in the court's review in advance. The first has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit B, is the packet of letters that was provided, and then State's Exhibit C are some photographs that were provided by his daughter of the victim.
No objection to States B or C?
If I can just see real quick.
No. All right, States B will come in as States 2. States C will come in as States 3.
Here, just one moment. Just oh, and then faster.
All right, if you could just approach the podium first to...
You were
to
watching
be-
live
raise your right
continuing
hand.
coverage of the Going Ringside podcast. I'm your host, Scott Johnson, and they are switching witnesses right there. As you can see on the screen there with you, that is Tammy Sytch in her orange fatigues as they bring in a new witness. They got through officers, they've gotten through forensic psychologists, and now a new witness. Let's go back to court in Daytona. We're going to hear this new witness as the prosecution, I believe, is still going through their witness list. Let's go to it right now.
I'm Fran's brother, and for a boy, there's no one like a big brother. He experiences the struggles of growing up and shares them with you, so you know what to expect. And Fran was my big brother, 5 years older than me. He sat me down when I was 12 and told me how to dress, wear my hair, and how to act in social situations. Our father died when I was 16, and he became my father figure. He stood in for my father on parents' night when I was playing football in high school. And they took a picture of him, my mom and I. Fran framed it and had it displayed at his cabin. He guided me and encouraged me as I finished high school, graduated college, and entered the job market. He was at my high school graduation and my college graduation. He remained my father figure right up to his death. He filled the void of the loss of my father at a young age. If you talk to the residents of the condominium where he lived at Daytona Beach Shores or the cabin on Lakewood Knott, they would all tell you what a great guy he was. He kept himself fit by exercising all the time. He was a faithful participant in a Zumba class. He maintained his high school and college friendships and those he made later throughout his life. Everyone spoke highly of him. Now I'd like to share something in his own words to my wife. And she always kept this because it meant so much to her. Lynn, I just love and respect you for being you. You're an incredible person that I admire. You inspire me to be a better person, and I love how passionate you are about life, your travels, and my brother. I love you for being in our family because I'm always learning from you, because I value your ideas and your feedback. I need to visit you more. You bring so much joy to my brother, and that brings joy to me. I am lucky to have such a wonderful, kind, and loving sister-in-law. Here's a piece of truth that I see. I think, Lynn, I don't think that you give yourself credit or remind yourself what a wonderful person that you are. If you do, you probably don't do it enough. I really do admire you and all you have accomplished and the person that you are. You know that I mean every word too. Love you, Fran. You know, the defendant could have used a friend like that in her life. And it's just unfortunate that they never got to meet. And as far as the defendant is concerned, I'm not going to go into much. I think we've covered a lot about what has gone on, but there's one thing that struck me. My brother was 75 years old when he died. It would be ironic if she received the maximum sentence, because that would ensure that she would be getting out of prison around the age my brother was when she killed him. And I want to thank you.
All right, hang on just 1 moment, sir. Any questions?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Thank you very much. Careful, sir.
Judge, see if a call for me last year.
Could you please state your name?
Hi, Whitney Lassiter Hill.
And I know we've been calling him Fran, but what is his full name?
Julian Law Francis Lassiter Jr.
Okay, but he went by Fran to everybody that loved him?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He's my dad.
Okay. Did you prepare a statement?
I did.
Judge, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Judge Foxman and the court, for letting me tell you what a huge loss it is without my dad, Fran, in this world. It's hard for me to even put in words how much this loss has cost my family and me. Nobody should ever have to experience an officer ringing the doorbell at almost 2 a.m. like we did. I'll always have the haunting memory of the officer asking for me, Whitney Lassiter. They come into our living room. He asked me to sit down. He told me my father was tragically killed in a car crash and I couldn't breathe. I looked for my husband. He was doubled over at the knees. The police left and we just stared at the ceiling in bed in shock. There was nobody to call in the middle of the night. He was already gone. Every minute felt like an hour. Telling my kids what had happened was the hardest moment of my life. It changed everything to find out that my dad, our rock, was no longer with us. He was my world. He was the most positive person. He loved life, and he was the man of God. He was my biggest cheerleader for my kids and my husband, and any person that he knew. Since I was a little girl, Dad would wake me up every morning and say, "It's going to be a great day today." And he would play "I Feel Good" by James Brown blaring in the background every morning. Later in my adult years, it was a phone call or an email saying, "My dearest, most beautiful daughter, I'm proud of you, and you are an amazing person and an amazing mom." He was my person that I could count on to celebrate my successes, talk about my fears, and he always made sure that I knew how much he loved me. His mission in life was to help each person be the best version of themselves. He wanted to bring joy and happiness and a sense of purpose to everyone he met. Every doctor's appointment he went to, he brought flowers to the receptionists and the nurses. He had a prayer meeting with a 90-year-old couple every Wednesday at 10 a.m. for 20 years. He didn't miss because they counted on him and he knew we all needed the prayers. In the community, he served on the board of Halifax Urban Ministries, and he and my son would make sandwiches and put bags together for the homeless in Daytona Beach. Dad was the biggest Gator fan, and he spent 20 years as Gator Club president in Volusia County. He loved Daytona, and he spent 40 years helping those in need. He owned a couple of recovery houses and spent much of his days helping the tenants that were struggling with addiction and get a leg up and just go over there and brighten their day. Dad loved life, and he said several times a day, "Life is good, and I'm on God's plan." And he had big plans for those next 25 years of his life. He was healthier than the majority of us in this room. He went to Zumba 2 to 3 times a week with dear friends. He wanted to go to college with my kids, like Rodney Dangerfield, and back to school, where the grandpa goes with the grandson. He was at my kids' games and concerts. He hosted Camp Gator Grandpa, taking Preston surf camp, and ironically, WWE SmackDown events in the summers. His favorite role was being a dad and a grandpa. He loved being the anchor of our family of 5. Life without him is something none of us could have ever imagined we would ever have to do. No one in this room knows how to live without my dad in it, nor do we want to have to learn. He would have loved to see my kids graduate high school and college, watch Cameron sing on stage, Preston drive for the first time, and just to be able to call us every day and say, I love you and I'm so proud of you. Because of the defendant's complete selfishness and total disregard for life, we no longer have my dad, and the kids don't have their grandpa in the world anymore. 25 years does not seem long enough for what she took from us. I'm begging that Florida, Volusia County, is a judicial system that gets us right and gives her the maximum time in prison, so she didn't learn from her past choices and actions, drinking and driving. My kids made that trip with him so many times. It could have been my family in the car too. Please make sure that another family does not have to go through the nightmare that we live every day. She does not deserve a 7th chance. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions, defense?
Your Honor.
All right. All right, state, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, but if it's okay with the board, I'd like to allow everybody that's here on the record to just speak for a moment.
Sure.
You're here on behalf of Brandon, if you just stand.
All right, thank you. All you can have a seat.
I don't have any additional evidence, Judge.
All right, in regard to the defense, you also submitted some letters that you all stipulated I could read. Do you want those to come into evidence for purposes of the record?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
All right, anything else in rebuttal or prepared for argument?
We would be prepared for argument.
Do you all want to take a brief recess or do you want to go straight?
If we can take a quick recess, Your Honor, Ms. Sytch will be making a statement. I don't know if the court would prefer her to do that prior to or after closing.
I mean, prior to.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you want to take a 10-minute before she would testify? All right, let's take a 10-minute recess. Court can recess until 2:50. Please make sure all your cell phones are off before we proceed.
Please double check your phones before coming back into the court.
I don't know if you got that at the end there. They said Tammy Sytch will be making a statement here, possibly after the recess. So we need to be prepared for that. The judge saying they will return from recess about 2:15, so in about 9 minutes from now if they're on schedule. But Tammy Sytch saying that she may make a statement, according to her defense counsel there, after we heard some very emotional testimony from the family of her victim, Julian Laster. So let's go over that. Julian Laster's brother came up first and talked a lot about his brother being, he was 75 years old, but a very active man when his life was taken back in March of last year. He said he was a great brother, very fit and active, lived in the Daytona Beach Shores area. And it was interesting what he said at the very end of his statements. He didn't really want to address Miss Sytch, Tammy Sytch, Sunny, who you know, but he did say he thought it's ironic that if she gets the maximum, she would be getting out of jail around the age his brother was when Tammy Sytch killed him in that DUI manslaughter case in Ormond Beach. Then Mr. Laster's daughter Whitney took the stand, saying a lot of things. First off, saying that he was the former club president of the Volusia County Gator Club. This is ironic. He helped addicts get back on their feet. That was one of the things he did in kind of a volunteer capacity, it sounds like, according to the daughter. It's ironic because the vast majority of this hearing today has been about Tammy Sytch's addiction issues with drugs and alcohol. that she has battled and really succumbed to for many, many years, resulting in many DUIs and many jail stays. It was also interesting that she said he was like to be with his grandchildren a lot and take them, ironically, to WWE SmackDown shows. WWE, WWF is where Tammy Sytch became a household name, became famous in the 1990s. His daughter Whitney also saying that he thinks the maximum is not enough, that she thinks the maximum is not enough. She thinks Tammy Sytch should go away for longer. But as of now, the maximum sentencing guidelines for the state of Florida show she could go for a maximum of 26 years. What a lot of these witnesses prior to the family there have been about saying that, Tammy Sytch, had issues with drugs and alcohol, bipolar disorder, other mental health struggles throughout her life before wrestling and during wrestling. And they were hoping mitigating that sentence, meaning get it lower than the 26 years. And just I want to say to my director, as soon as the court feed is up, I want to keep it on the screen because I want to keep track. I don't want us to miss anything because as we heard defense counsel say, Tammy Sytch will be very possibly making a statement. So we're going to continue to monitor this court feed. I don't want to take it off the screen because I don't want us to miss anything because we've been waiting to see if Tammy Sytch will speak. It sounds like it might be a prepared statement, not necessarily a testimony where she takes the stand, but maybe reads a prepared statement. We will have to see. I talked to our defense counsel, Gene Nichols, who is a contributor here today. He's not affiliated with this case, but he's handled a lot of cases like these. He does a lot of DUI cases here in Florida. And he told me that many times defense counsel will have their clients speak and testify, but only if they knows they won't do damage. And I asked him, well, Tammy Sytch has been in front of the camera for a large chunk of her life. She's very good at performing. It's what she did as a career for many years. And he said, that's not always good enough. He says, you need someone, if you're a lawyer, a defense counsel, who can go on the stand and show genuine remorse. Tammy Sytch may have genuine remorse, but if there's any question in the judge's eyes, that can really impact her sentence. And right now, what Tammy Sytch and her lawyers are trying to do is get that sentence knocked down to below that 26-year maximum. Gene Nichols, who I also talked to, says there is no parole in Florida. So Tammy Sytch won't go into prison and behave after a few years and get paroled. They don't have that. She will serve minimum 85% of whatever the judge determines her sentence is. Right now, it's a maximum of 26 years, and she's going to have a tough time, and her lawyers will have a tough time getting that knocked down because her history. DUI after DUI, multiple arrests over the years. She obviously never learned from what she did. Now, the defense has had witnesses there try and say otherwise and say that she's had all these issues with mental health and substance abuse addiction, and maybe those are mitigating factors. We'll have to see what the judge does there. But we are waiting to see what the judge's decision is after that emotional end testimony with the family. And I have covered countless murder trials and manslaughter trials where there's a death involved. The sentencing is always sometimes even more impactful than the trial itself, because the trial is very fact-based and they go through evidence, but the emotion comes at the sentencing when the family gets to come in and talk about the loved one they lost and what they meant to him. And that's what we saw there at the very end of the hearing there from Julian Laster's brother and his daughter Whitney. And they called him Fran. His full name was Julian Fran Laster. He's 75 years old. Everyone, as I heard, because I didn't know his family background, they say everyone called him Fran, but his legal name is Julian Fran Laster. 75 years old, a past president of the Gator Club down there in Volusia County. He helped addicts get their life right. Ironically, Tammy Sytch, under the influence, 3 times the legal limit, killed him. And he liked to take his children to SmackDown shows. His brother saying that he doesn't think it's right that Tammy Sytch at a maximum would get out of jail at the same age that his brother was when Tammy Sytch killed him. And we're categorically saying she did it because she pleaded no contest. She did not fight this in court. She did not have a trial this past August when she was scheduled to go to trial. She decided to forego the trial and go straight to sentencing, likely because they knew how difficult of a road hoe that would be. To have a jury trial, it could make things worse. And I talked to a criminal defense lawyer who says by going straight to this process and not having a trial, it may help with the judge's decision of how many years she stands behind bars. I also want to talk about Tammy Sytch's appearance. I don't mean this negatively, but you have seen a marked, and they brought it up in court multiple times today, a drastic change in her physical appearance from her mugshot to today. And they've talked about it multiple times. There's been a large weight gain, the change in her color hair. I don't know if that's a lack of product from being incarcerated for the last year and a half. But she doesn't look like the same person. I mean, wrestling websites have been circulating it all over, the before and after picture, which isn't easy when you're taking the old images of her in the 90s when she's at the peak of her game to, her age now. That's, in many respects, natural aging, but not the mugshot from a year ago to what she looks like today. There's been a definite change. Jail is, and this time incarcerating, probably understanding the magnitude of what this crime means as opposed to other DUIs where she maybe serves a few months and gets out. She knows she's going to be going away for a long time, very likely. 26 years is the maximum. We'll see if her defense lawyers did enough to get that knocked down. We'll have to see. The judge says they should be back any minute now, so we'll continue to watch. But for people who are watching who are not familiar with who Tammy Sytch is, let's talk a little about who she is. Tammy Sytch was a young lady in her early 20s, very young, who had celebrity thrust on her in a very short amount of time. She started with her boyfriend from high school, Chris Candido, started wrestling, and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Smoky Mountain Wrestling was, in the 1990s, was just a small territorial wrestling promotion. Not a lot of fans, but they'd be on, some local television stations back when wrestling was a little different. And after a couple years, because she was so pretty and so good at performing, they called her up to the big league, so to speak, the World Wrestling Federation, today's WWE. She was brought in under the character of Sunny. She was a manager for her boyfriend in real life. You didn't say it was her boyfriend on camera, but her boyfriend, Chris Candido, played a character called Skip, and she played a character called Sunny. They were called the Body Donnas. They were obnoxious and mean characters, and they played the characters of workout professionals professional trainers, like the people we'd see on ESPN on Saturday mornings doing the workouts there, telling you to get in shape. But they didn't do it in the nicest way. They would go out and insult the fans and say, "You fat slobs, why do you look that way? Why don't you look like us?" Chris Candido, Skip had a little success. Sunny had a lot of it. She was probably one of the most beautiful women they'd ever put on television on a regular basis. When your target audience at that time, in the mid-1990s, was young males. Men, late teens, early 20s, that's the target audience. You put that pretty face on, people are tuning in to see Sunny. They quickly couldn't put her on TV enough, and we're watching the courtroom fill back up. We'll get back to that in a moment. But she immediately was one of the main faces of WWF. The most downloaded celebrity over people like Pamela Anderson and Carmen Electra and Cindy Margolis in 1996. She was an A-list celebrity. She was a big-time star for the WWF. But as years went by, as has been heavily documented, relationships with wrestlers, drugs, alcohol, and a cycle of addiction that she just couldn't cut. She's talked about it at length for years. And eventually, by the fall of World Championship Wrestling, because she bounced around because she started missing dates and couldn't do the job, well, she eventually lost her celebrity and had to live life on the independent wrestling circuit, but never quite beat the drugs and the alcohol issue. And eventually, by the early 2010s, started going to jail. Started this cycle of addiction that she couldn't break out of until March of 22, when in Ormond Beach, Florida, a 75-year-old man named Julian Lassiter, known as Fran to his family, was stopped at a stoplight and hit by Tammy Sytch. She had 3 times the blood alcohol limit in her system, and she killed a 75-year-old Julian Lassiter. Now she is entering the courtroom again, and I'm going to turn it back over to the court feed. We want to hear what they have to say. We're hearing Tammy Sytch may be speaking soon. We'll be standing by.
All right, so at this point, you're asking to put your client on, so you're sort of reopening, I guess.
Not reopening, Your Honor, not for evidentiary purposes, just for her to give a statement prior to sentencing an unsworn allocution.
All right, so you don't want her sworn in?
Yep.
Okay.
And where would you like to go?
If she wants to step to the podium?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Excuse me. I've been battling a little bit of a cold this week. I lost my voice. When I was 16 years old, I decided to apply to college and study biology and pre-med because I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to help people through their pain and suffering, but more importantly, I wanted to heal people. The first line of the Hippocratic Oath reads, "I will do no harm." On March 25th, 2022, I did the opposite of that. I did harm to someone else, and my entire being was crushed. My career path took a different course than medical, but my morals, values, and ethics have always remained the same. And I've had time to consider things like some of the good that came from my career. Through my time in the industry, I was able to help people from one end of the spectrum to the other. I entertained and brought happiness to some people's lives. Once I was able to help a stranger who was having a seizure at one of my appearances at a convention. And I've made terminally ill children's wishes come through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I have done something horrible, but I am so much more than the worst that I have done. I try to think about the good I've done, because when I sit alone thinking about what I did to the Lasser family that tragic day, from a stupid decision, I feel the regret and remorse deep inside my soul. I know that they don't get to rest knowing he's gone. Because when I was 20, I lost my father as well, to heart disease. And just last August, my 87-year-old mother passed away while I've been incarcerated. I never got to say goodbye to her, just as they didn't get to say goodbye to their beloved family member. I know how it feels, how it hurts, how it tears your heart out. And for that, I'm truly, truly sorry. I know my words are not enough, but please know that I think about you every day. Every second of every day. And I know I will do whatever I can to make the changes I need to make sure this never happens again. No one should have to go through this. And please know that every single second of every day since the crash, I have wished I could trade places with you. I try to think back to what caused my downfall. And I think it started with the death of my fiance, Chris, in 2005. He was tragically taken from this world. And I hated myself for not being able to change things for him, to heal him and care for him, and keep him safe. But what followed was a huge string of mistakes that I should have learned from. I should have learned, but I couldn't connect my mind to my heart to do the right thing. There are many things in my life that I wish I would have done differently. But they say everything happens for a reason. I refuse to go backward and make the same mistakes again. Because the pain I feel in my heart for what happened is indescribable. It haunts me daily and each night in my nightmares. But the only way to fix it is to truly change my path. If I could turn back time, I would. If I could find a way to change the events that happened that day, I would in a heartbeat. If I could bring Mr. Lasser back and take his place, I would in an instant. I feel that if I was given the chance to change, to redeem myself, and if I used my resources, my personal experiences, my history, and a little bit of the fame that I garnered a long time ago, I can be a true asset to the community by helping to educate our youth and adults about the dangers of drinking and driving, the dangers of not having your mental illness properly treated, and the catastrophic events that can result from it. A precious life was lost that tragic day, and I am so incredibly sorry for that. I would ask that you give me the opportunity to atone for what I've done, and then to be released into society to contribute to it in the most positive way possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, since our presentation started with the defense, we're closing to go ahead and start with the defense.
Thank you, Judge. A bit of housekeeping. I like to renew our previous objection to, we talked about it at sidebar, you considering the uncertified documents. We do not have any additional, you asked for additional case law, I do not have it, but we will renew our objection to that. I also like to start by acknowledging the score sheet and the maximum sentence. We talked briefly about the Gabriel case. It's our position that the maximum, the statutory maximum in this case is 20 years. We acknowledge that Gabriel, which is found at 314 Southern 3rd, 1243, is the state of the law in Florida, but we object to its application to Ms. Sytch. The statutory language at issue is plainly ambiguous, and the state Supreme Court in Gabriel should accordingly have applied the rule of lenity. Courts should apply the rule of lenity where a reasonable doubt persists about a statute's intended scope, even after the review of the language of the statute and the policies that motivated its passage. I have two cases to cite. One is called Moskal versus United States, 409 U.S. 108.
I'm sorry, give me that site one more time.
I can, Judge. I also brought copies for you in the state. That case is Moskal, Moskal, 409 U.S. 108.
All right, do you have a copy?
I do. Second case is called Batchelder, Batchelder,
and you are watching continuing coverage from Going Ringside. This is our live coverage. We just heard from Tammy Sytch read a prepared statement in tears that she said, she wishes she could replace herself with Mr. Laster. She took his life last March. Right now they're doing some procedural stuff. That was probably the end of the testimony in today's hearing. She says while she's been incarcerated, her 87-year-old mother passed away. She cited the death of Chris Candido as really the beginning of her downfall. Chris Candido, if you're a wrestling fan, known as Skip, was kind of the man who she was alongside when she came into the pro wrestling world, and they eventually were engaged to be married, but he died very young in the early 2000s, and she said that was really the beginning of her downfall. She says she regrets it. She was tearful. She was not cross-examined. This was a prepared statement by Tammy Sytch. And she says, so many people know her from a short time as a celebrity, but she says that's not the person that would define her, the time that defines her. She says she feels she can contribute so much more to society in talking to people about drugs and alcohol addiction. She has been sober by just the fact that she's been incarcerated for a year and a half. But some emotional statements from her in a prepared statement. She did not take the stand, but did address the judge and the court. Now we're waiting to see what happens next. I want to listen in again more on court because they're going to start talking about procedural stuff on when the judge and how the judge will make her decision, whether it's today or she decides to go into chambers and consider this and come back at a later date. Let's listen in.
Traveling, what is the ambiguity that you're claiming gave you?
Hello, let me jump back in while we wait on some procedural things. Once again, you are watching the Going Ringside podcast, live coverage of the sentencing of Tammy Sytch. You knew her better as Sunny back in the 90s in the WWF, in a much different look there than what we've seen in years past. It looks like they are getting back to some discussion with the judge on what will happen procedurally. Let's listen in a little more. To my director, you can keep me on the screen, I'll just listen.
Well, let me stop you for a minute. Your case law says that should be applied if something is ambiguous.
Yes.
So my question is, what about Gabriel is ambiguous?
Right. And so it's the application to the thrust of our argument then, Judge, is that the the defendant is not on notice. That's ambiguous. Coming into the sentencing, that they're not on notice about it. They're facing an enhancement, and they're not noticed.
Was this not the same score sheet that was provided at her plea?
We've been provided this score sheet, yes, Judge.
So when she entered her plea that day, she was aware that she scored beyond statutory maximum. That's to that count, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to clarify exactly where our lines are in this argument.
It's a policy argument, Judge, that we have about the Gabriel case.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So now turning to the sentencing, Judge, what we've heard all day today is a tragedy. Nothing that we've presented or said is meant to take away from the life of Mr. Lassiter. We're truly sorry for the loss this family has suffered. What we have offered today is not an excuse or justification. We are aware, Tammy is aware, that she's here today to be punished. She takes responsibility, and that's why she has pled to these charges. Instead, our effort today, what we offer is the full picture of a person who's before you to be sentenced. Because it's our belief that each of us is more than the worst thing that we have done. So, how did we arrive at the courtroom today? As we've heard, Tammy was a little girl raised by alcoholic parents, and she had this desire to be loved. And she did well enough academically in high school to be accepted to the University of Tennessee, and her goal was to be a doctor. She never did make it to medical school, though, because her boyfriend, Chris Candido, was rising in the ranks of the wrestling entertainment, and Tammy was set on following him. So she did. Fortunately for her, she was catapulted into the wrestling business, where she too did well. And while she did have successes during this time, it did not come without a cost to her. This is a rough business that resulted in significant physical and emotional trauma to her. And this wrestling lifestyle fueled her alcoholism, which she clearly struggles with. This relationship with Chris began when she was in high school, and it lasted 16 years, as you've heard. He suddenly died in 2005 of a blood clot. The death of Chris Candido was the watershed event of her life, one that she was ultimately unable to pull out of. But why? We now know why. It turns out that it was more than a need to be loved that's driving her. We've heard from Dr. Fabian, Dr. Danziger, and they've answered that for us. She also suffers from mental illness. It's a mental illness that was misdiagnosed, and what followed was a pattern of improper medical treatment for her entire life. She was misdiagnosed. She was prescribed antidepressants rather than the medication for bipolar disorder, which she needed, and that caused a worsening of her symptoms. Compounded by this misdiagnosed mental illness, she was also trapped in this continuing cycle of domestic violence. So she goes through this series of relationships where she's abused, beaten down, and then continues this pattern that we've heard about, which basically goes from the time in 2005 when she leaves this relationship she had with Chris Candido until ultimately the arrest in this case. Tammy has done wrong in her life, but she's also positively impacted people throughout the world. You read in the letters about, and she's told you herself about her charity work, her work with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You've read that she is a supportive and loving friend. She cares for her friends. She cares for her friends' families and her children as well. She didn't choose to be born to alcoholic parents. She didn't choose to have mental illness, and she certainly didn't choose to be misdiagnosed and given the wrong treatment plan. These are not excuses. These are not justifications, but it's how we ended up here today. So we're at a pivotal moment. and we urge you to consider the downward departure grounds listed in Florida Statute 921-0026D. The defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that's unrelated to substance abuse or addiction, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. There's ample evidence that she suffers from a mental disorder that's unrelated to substance abuse, and she is amenable to treatment. Those mental disorders, as you've heard, are bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. And they require not only medication, but also intensive therapy. We've also presented testimony regarding her substance abuse disorder, and this is separate from her other diagnoses. And we would ask that the court consider this as general mitigation, since this does not constitute a basis for a downward departure. Now, if the court is not persuaded to grant a downward departure, the options are Tammy can be thrown away without treatment for the next 2 decades, or the court can find the appropriate mix of punishment and rehabilitation that Tammy needs. So what's the best for Tammy? Or maybe the better question is, what's the best for society? In this case, we have a clear path for mental health rehabilitation. Dr. Danziger set it out very well, so did Dr. Fabian. Proper bipolar medication, counseling, treatment, and proper monitoring. She will be released someday. She will be our neighbor, our coworker. She will be a citizen in this community again. She can either be released with a solid plan to fix both her mental health issues and her substance abuse issues, or she can be released an even more broken person than she was before she entered prison. Through Dr. Fabian and Dr. Danziger, we finally identified the right way to allow Tammy the chance to let her positive attributes lead, rather than let her mental illness and substance abuse lead her. She needs cognitive behavioral therapy, intensive mental health treatment, as well as intensive substance abuse treatment. And in the sentencing memo, the state suggests 6 months of probation. Her issues cannot be fixed in 6 months of probation. 6 months of probation would be setting her up and society up for failure. These issues took a lifetime to build, and they'll take years to fix. Now, Judge, you heard a preview of the testimony of the traffic homicide investigator here today. There were legitimate issues in this case that could have been litigated. Tammy was steadfast in her desire to resolve this case with a plea and avoid putting the family through a trial. It's been said that Tammy is not someone who is responsible. She is someone that takes responsibility. She accepts responsibility. That's what she's done here today. You heard it from her directly. She's done that today. She's accepted responsibility. She knows she's here to be punished, and that's what she's done. I'm here to remind you that she is more than the worst thing she's ever done. Give her an opportunity to accept her punishment, but also be properly rehabilitated with a lengthy term of probation, including both mental health and substance abuse treatment. It's what's best for Tammy, but it's also what's best for society. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Dave? Did you have a clean copy of the score sheet for today? I do, Judge. It's consistent with what we filed at the plea.
I'm providing the defense for your review as well.
Again, no objection from the defense.
No objection, Judge, other than the previously stated.
Well, talk about that.
Sorry.
I said, let's talk about that. You're talking
Hey, I'm
about
Scott
priors?
Johnson, host of the Going Ringside podcast. You are watching the Going Ringside podcast, live extended coverage of the criminal sentencing of Tammy Sytch. We just heard her defense lawyers make their closing arguments to mitigate and give her jail time, but not the full 26 years. We're expecting to hear from prosecutors here any minute. That is Tammy Sytch right there on your screen in her orange jumpsuit, where she has been incarcerated in Volusia County for the last year and a half following the death of 75-year-old Julian Lassiter in March of 22. She read a statement earlier saying that she blamed the beginning of her downfall, even though she had drug and alcohol addictions before, on the death of her longtime boyfriend and fiance, Chris Candido, in 2005. Chris Candido, another pretty well-known wrestler in his time, playing Skip as or kind of a partner in the World Wrestling Federation in the mid-1990s. But she says she wished she could take place of Mr. Lassiter, and she wishes it could have been him, not her. Let's listen back into court.
The statutes have been changed because there's flags all over their sites.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the request for downward departure, obviously at that point the court has two different considerations. The first prong is that the defense has to show and present evidence that she qualifies for the downward departure. And then the second prong is if the court finds that she does qualify for a downward departure, should the court entertain a downward departure. As far as the evidence presented by the defense, I would just point out that there's been testimony here today in reference to prior medication that she was taking, prior treatment that she's received. I would just point out that we don't have any of these records. Anything that she was on is all self-reported by the defendant. We haven't seen a single prescription. I'd also argue to the court that treatment and medication are both available in the Department of Corrections. And I'd also argue that even though the doctors have tried to distinguish and delineate the substance abuse issue from the mental disorders, it's the state's argument all of this is intertwined. However, even if the court finds that they've met that burden, I would argue to the court, and really the rest of the state's argument is pertaining to why the court should not downward depart. It starts with the defendant's criminal history, and it's clear from her criminal history that time after time after time, the defendant is ignoring the law, ignoring court orders, and every single prior that she has is either involving illicit substances, driving offenses, or disregard for authority. So starting with Connecticut back in 2012, she's convicted of violating a protective order, which was a felony in Connecticut. She was sentenced to 3 years of jail that was suspended with 2 years of conditional discharge. So we point out that
That's not in the score sheet, though.
correct. And the score sheet was submitted at the time of the plea. Subsequent to that, we've outlined and gone through a deep dive of her criminal history. So I acknowledge that they're not on the score sheet. But that violation of protective order, again, is a court order that she is failing to abide by. Then you move to her New Jersey history. In 2005, she's adjudicated guilty of possession of certain prescription drugs. Again, in 2005, she's adjudicated guilty of wandering and prowling to obtain a controlled substance. In January of 2008, she completed a pretrial intervention for charges of theft by unlawful taking and obtaining a controlled dangerous substance by fraud. And then in 2021, a felony resisting arrest using means to create a substantial risk of causing physical injury to the public servant or another. You then move on to her Pennsylvania history, which the state's going to argue that this is the biggest issue. You've got 3 DUIs in a span of 21 days. The first one is May 30th of 2015. She's charged with a slew of offenses, including DUI, driving while operating privileges suspended or revoked, careless driving. In that probable cause affidavit, her blood alcohol content is a .253.
This is an actual conviction?
Yes. Pursuant to the plea, she pleads only to the DUI. The information cites all the others, but she's convicted of the DUI with a .253. She ends up pleading to the next two offenses that I'm going to talk to and subsequently violates the probation on all three of them. But the next one happens just 2 days later on June 1st of 2015. Again, she's charged by information with a slew of offenses: DUI, driving while operating privileges suspended or revoked, driving without a license, driving on roadways lane for traffic, driving vehicle at safe speed, and reckless driving. According to that probable cause affidavit, her blood alcohol content is a 0.30. And again, she pleads to just the one count of DUI and one count of blood alcohol content 0.20 or greater. The rest of those charges are dismissed, and she violates that probation that she's placed on.
Quick question, I'm sorry. On the DWLS that you mentioned for May 30th, 2015, do you know the reason that the license was suspended at that point?
I don't, Judge.
Do you know the reason her license was suspended in March of 2022?
She never has a license here in the state of Florida. She has this suspended license in Pennsylvania.
Right. What was the reason for that suspension? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Then we move to June 20th of 2015. So again, that span of 21 days, she picks up her third DUI. She's arrested for DUI, driving without a license, driving on roadways laned for traffic, and careless driving. On that one, she pleads to the one count of DUI. The remaining charges are dismissed pursuant to a negotiated plea. On that one, her blood alcohol content was only a 0.078. But again, she pleads to all three of those cases. And then in October of 2016, she violates the probation on all three. Ultimately, in February of 2017, she enters a plea in which her probation's revoked, and she's resentenced to prison in the state of Pennsylvania. January of 2017, also in Pennsylvania, she pled guilty to driving without a license. So after these three DUIs, she's still continuing to drive and is convicted of that charge. Then we move to the facts of this case. Again, as mentioned, she's charged with that driving without a license causing death. She has never had a license in the state of Florida. That has not stopped her from driving. And then you move into what the state believes are the aggravating factors of this specific set of facts. You've got a driving pattern leading up to the crash. You heard from Mr. Havner that about half a mile prior, she almost causes another crash. There are two different cars that have to take evasive action to avoid being in a crash with them. She runs a red light, and then half a mile later, she rear ends Mr. Laster, who forces his vehicle into a third SUV, and ultimately he passes on scene. That crash occurs at approximately 8:21 p.m. In that front passenger seat, there is an open bottle of Grey Goose vodka, and then you have the admissions to Ormond Beach Police Department, in which she tells them, "I don't even remember the crash. What I do remember is making leftover burritos in my kitchen." She remembers drinking vodka. She doesn't know how much. She tells them that vodka is her go-to, her drink of choice, and that she recalls leaving the house in search of diet iced tea, maybe a trip to Wawa and a 7-Eleven on the beach side. And then you have what the state's going to argue to the court is what makes this case so scary and comparable to 7 years prior, in which she's continuing to drive on such a high and elevated BAC. That medical blood draw happens just an hour after the crash, when it's converted by FDLE between a 0.32 and a 0.36, just under an hour after the crash. Then you have the legal blood draw around 4 hours after the crash, and she's got a 0.280, and the active, inactive, and active metabolite of cannabis. So the active ingredient and then the inactive and active metabolites. Defense cross-examined Mr. Warner regarding the level of the active ingredient of THC, which was only 1 nanogram at the time, but he said how quickly the cannabis dissipates in the body. And so at the time of the crash, it's the state's position that she would have had impairing abilities to drive in combination with the high level of alcohol. You then move to what the court has to consider here today. As far as sentencing, the court really weighs kind of 3 different avenues when sentencing somebody. You have the rehabilitation component,
the punitive component, and then the protection of the community. As far as her rehabilitation, it's been the defense's presentation here today that she has had chances at rehabilitation. She has had chances on probation after the 3 DUIs in a span of 21 days, and she failed at that probation. She has gone to rehab before, both for substance abuse separately as well as seeking mental health treatment, and that has failed. If anything, she has had escalating behavior to the point where all of those priors are involving substance abuse, driving, or disregard for the law. And she has obtained DUI after DUI until unfortunately she finally kills somebody. And that leads into the punitive component, because at this point her actions have created the ultimate consequence. She took another person's life, and that deserves the maximum given her criminal history. You've heard from the victim's family today. You've heard the impact that Fran Lassiter had on his family. You see the number of people, and I would argue to the court that this is just a small portion of the community that he has touched here locally. And what's so ironic is that he owned recovery houses, and he spent time trying to help people like the defendant, ultimately for one of the people that he tried so desperately to help to kill him. And then we move on to the protection of the community. The defendant today categorized this event as a stupid decision. I would argue to the court that this is by no means a stupid decision. This is not just one decision, this is decision after decision that she has made to continuously disregard the law. She has demonstrated, based on her criminal history and this particular piece, that she cannot abide by any conditions set by this court. She will not abide by any conditions set by this court. And so it's the state's position that probation is not appropriate. Obviously, pursuant to the statute, it's required to have a long enough period for her to take a substance abuse class. I would argue that 6 months is the maximum amount needed to do that. But at this point, 3 DUIs does not stop her from getting behind the wheel of a vehicle impaired on drugs and alcohol. Having a license does not stop her from driving impaired. And there is absolutely nothing short of the maximum amount of incarceration that this court can impose that will protect the community. So we would ask for the 25 years DOC followed by 6 months of probation for her to complete the substance abuse course.
Is there a 4-year minimum mandatory sentence associated with the DUI?
There is, Judge.
And maximum fine of $10,000?
Yes.
In regard to the probationary term, that is so that they can get the alcohol safety education course. Are you asking for any other conditions, like safety awareness, community service hours?
I'd ask for all the standard conditions of DUI probation.
And then I understand by the statute her driver's license is to be permanently revoked?
Yes, Your Honor, which obviously she never had one.
And in regard to impoundment and immobilization, then if you're asking for all the standard conditions, are you asking for those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have a card?
I believe it's still in property and evidence at Ormond Beach Police Department.
You don't know?
Yes, it's still, and it's not drivable, so it's not operable.
We don't need to order it, Judge.
All right.
I guess it's been impounded for a period of time at this point.
They'll come and she'll have the course sobriety as the doctors testified to. Just haven't been in custody as long.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Dave?
No.
All right. In regard to these DUI manslaughter cases, they're particularly difficult in sentencing in criminal court. We see, of course, many senseless crimes, much unnecessary pain and suffering by victims. But somehow the DUI manslaughter cases seem to be the worst. Nothing that this court says or does today can bring back Mr. Lassiter, and I'm pretty certain that nothing that I say or do, although I wish it could provide some sort of comfort for the family. Mr. Lassiter, although I'll mention, of course, every human life has infinite value. very, very positive influence on people around him and tried to help people. So it's always sad to lose a human life, particularly one that's such a light in so many people's lives. This family, of course, will forever have the day before this happened and then the day after. And that line in the sand of delineation for them will be a prominent point in their lives that will be just infinitely sad. In this day and age where we have Uber and Lyft and everything else, all these other taxi services, I do have a difficult time sort of unwrapping why it is that we see DUI manslaughter in such a reckless disregard for human life, which is what a DUI manslaughter represents. In this particular case, the defendant is requesting a downward departure. Their burden of proof would be to show me, by the preponderance of the evidence, that the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for a physical disability, and that the defendant is amenable to treatment. While I credit the efforts made by the defense in regard to bringing the two very qualified doctors in to testify, this court has some concerns in regard to whether the preponderance of the evidence has been met. And candidly, when the court has questions in its mind, the reality is somebody has a burden of proof. Questions for this court, given the long history of the substance abuse by the defendant and the overlapping symptoms of the mental illness or the substance abuse, can't say by the preponderance of the evidence that it's unrelated. The substance abuse treatment clearly began long before any symptoms that they've described for me of the mental illness that they're diagnosing. In fairness, Dr. Danziger met with her, I believe, one time. Dr. Fabian met with her 3 times. And a lot of their information was based on her self-reporting. In addition to that, the state made the point across that when I'm looking at the language, part of specialized treatment, well, part of that specialized treatment was a mood stabilizer, which I think was pretty much conceded could be provided in the prison system. So I can't say by the preponderance of the evidence that the grounds for the downward departure have been met. Had I found that, though, I do want to go ahead and say, answer the question of whether the court should depart. Even had the court found that the downward departure was met, this court can't say that this is a case where it should depart. The facts of this case are fairly egregious. The defendant admits to drinking vodka before driving in her kitchen while she's preparing, I guess, burritos. Her blood alcohol is very, very high. Though a low level, she has some THC in her system. There's an open bottle in the front seat of the car of the vodka that she's drinking, apparently. She runs a red light just prior to this accident, almost causes another accident, slams into the back of this decedent, Mr. Lassiter, so hard that he hits the car in front of him. While he's stopping at a red light at, before 8:30 p.m. in the evening. So through no fault of his own, and I can't say that I've seen anything that Mr. Lassiter could have done to prevent this. Unfortunately, we have the death of Mr. Lassiter. In mitigation, I do have to acknowledge a few things. While I don't feel that there are grounds to downward depart, I think there was some evidence of at least some current mental health issues in regard to the defendant and some serious addiction issues. She has had some tragedy in her life, although candidly many of us have, and unfortunately it doesn't really relieve the responsibility of a crime like this. The defendant in this case has entered an open plea. She's taken some responsibility for her actions, and I do credit her for that. In regard to the Gabriel case, and I'm going to go ahead and cite the case for the record. It's a Supreme Court case from the state of Florida. It is cited at 314 7th 3rd 1243. It's a 2021 case, as I said, out of the Supreme Court of Florida. State's arguments in their memorandum of sentencing is that because that's her maximum, that is also her minimum pursuant to the Gabriel case. I don't see any other way that you could read the Gabriel case, and I think, in fairness, the defense has sort of acknowledged that that's pretty much the situation. So, in regards to counts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, is that accurate? The misdemeanors pursuant to the negotiations and adjudicate the defendant guilty and sentence her to 364 days concurrent with any other counts in this case, with credit for the 364 days that she's already served. She's actually got more credit than that, but that's the statutory maximum. In regard to count 2, driving under a suspended license, causing death or serious bodily injury, I do note it is an aggravator that she had no valid license, and she's not only choosing to drive, but choosing to drive under the influence. Pursuant to this, and state, not to be nitpicky, but I actually come up with the amount of 10.6625 would be the minimum and the maximum. So just to clarify specifically in calculating, I'm going to adjudicate the defendant guilty, sentence her to 10.6625 years in the Department of Corrections. Her credit is 566 days, so with credit for the 566 days. On count 1, the DUI manslaughter, second-degree felony, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I'm going to sentence you consecutively to 7 years in the Department of Corrections to be served after the 10.6625. With, again, credit for, well, she's already gotten credit, I guess, on count 2, so that would already be applied. In regard to the remaining 8 years, I'm going to sentence you to followed by 8 years of probation, the conditions of which are following. Let me see where I put this one. There is a 4-year minimum mandatory to count 1, so the first 4 years of that term will be a minimum mandatory sentence. Conditions will be standard conditions of probation, plus she must have a substance abuse evaluation with any follow-up treatment. She must have the alcohol safety education course. If that overlaps with the substance abuse evaluation, of course, there will only be one required. Victim awareness program, 50 community service hours, $10,000 fine, and her driver's license will be permanently revoked. Otherwise, any standard fines and costs. State is not requesting cost of prosecution, cost of investigation, so I will not be applying those. All right, does that cover everything? State?
And also no information.
All right. Any questions, Ms. Sytch? All right. You have 30 days to appeal. That must be in writing with the clerk of court. If you cannot afford counsel, appoint counsel to represent.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Maybe we can get for purposes of appeal now.
Can we go ahead and put that?
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Johnson, host of the Going Ringside podcast. We focus on wrestling today. We're focusing on the sentencing of Tammy Sytch, also known as Sunny. She has just been sentenced to 17 years in prison with 8 years probation. Not the maximum necessarily that we possibly expected of 26 years guaranteed, because 8 of those years could be probation. She is walking out of court right now, still in shackles, still in her Department of Corrections fatigues, the orange jumpsuit that criminals wear. But Tammy Sytch has been sentenced to 17 years in prison with 8 years of probation. So to clarify, she was essentially up for 25 to 26 years was the maximum. She will definitely serve 18 of those years with 8 years of probation after that. This following her making a tearful testimony to the court, to the family earlier, that she regrets it. But as prosecutors have said, Tammy Sytch has had chance after chance after chance, pointing to something that happened in Pennsylvania in 2015, 3 DUIs in 3 weeks. And when she killed Julian Lassiter, also known as Fran to his family, she didn't have a license. She was driving under the influence without a license. After multiple DUIs, Tammy Sytch did not learn her lesson. And now she will go to prison for 17 years minimum with 8 years probation. Is it justice? Is it not? We'll maybe hear from family members of Fran Lassiter. Julian is his real name. After this happens, but we now know after watching this for really the last 6 hours that Tammy Sytch will be going to prison for the next 17 years. She's going to get credit for 566 days already incarcerated, meaning she could possibly be out maybe 15 and a half years from today, maybe a little sooner. I talked to a DUI expert earlier today who says there is no parole in Florida. It is essentially a situation where you're going to serve minimum 85% of your sentence. So for her, I guess it's 85% minimum of that 17 years with the 8 years of probation. We will continue to monitor this. This has been just a heartbreaking story to cover that we've been monitoring really since March of 2022 and been seeing the downward spiral of Tammy Sytch for decades now, really starting in the mid-1990s when drugs and alcohol became an issue. She said that she really lost something of herself when her longtime boyfriend and fiance, Chris Candido, died in 2005. They brought up another relationship she had with a wrestler that she felt bad about. She's talked about some of those publicly. But that's kind of where it's at. Tammy Sytch will go to prison for the next 17 years minimum, 8 years probation after that. That is justice in the state of Florida, in Volusia County and Daytona, where she was convicted and sentenced. And I want to thank you for spending the last 6 hours with us here on the Going Ringside podcast, where we cover the world of wrestling. Sometimes it's a happy show. Sometimes, like today, it's definitely a sad show. We're glad you could stick with us for our continuing coverage of the sentencing of Tammy Sytch. We'll see you back here next time on the Going Ringside podcast.
This has been Going Ringside with The Local Station, brought to you every Wednesday on your favorite podcast player, on News4Jax Plus, as well as the News4Jax YouTube channel.